Hello again, Struckwop. Welcome back to another stream of mine with Torchlight 3 on the spotlight again. We will be doing a forged playthrough. We're starting a forged on Ridiculous today. So let me quickly check if everything's working here, and then let's go into the game. So I did level up a Forged until 20, and I'm not gonna play on that one, because that one I leveled up for other things I had in mind with it. And I leveled that other one on hard, and I can tell you leveling up Forged on hard felt harder than leveling up the sharpshooter or the mage on ridiculous. Even harder than the realm master on ridiculous, but yeah. Now we're going for this guy here. We have to select difficulty on ridiculous, and I'm hoping that this guy would have the ridiculous badge, otherwise I would have to remake it. I might have to remake it with that name if he doesn't have the ridiculous badge, because I don't think I've played on other difficulty with him, but maybe due to some of those glitches that have been happening at the start. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to remake him. Alright, I'm gonna remake him quickly, that's not a problem. So new hero. Hello again, Struckup. Sorry, I had some problems with the sound. I fixed them. Voice meter was kind of messing with me. So hello again, welcome to my stream. Today I will be doing another playthrough on Forged. I've done all the other heroes on Ridiculous, so it's time for this guy to shine. I already have one at level 20, which I leveled on hard, and believe me, it was harder than the Dusk Mage or the Sharpshooter or the Realm Master on Ridiculous to do a Forged on hard. So that's only in the first few levels though, that's only in the first few levels, and until I hit like level something, I think 15 or 16 or 17, it was still kind of tough, but then I actually got lucky and got a cannon, mind you, that allowed me to get up to 20 stacks on the rapid strike bonus, which was amazing. So I had to recreate this character because it was glitched and it was showing normal instead of ridiculous in the hero badge. But yeah, and again, sorry for not having sound at the start. Even I couldn't hear anything. Voice meter kind of was not starting properly, so I had to restart it. So it will be tough. Expect this to be boring for the first few hours or throughout the whole stream, because I'm thinking it's 4:33 p.m. until 24:33. We've got like what, 16. Let's see, between 16:33 and 24:33 we've got a few hours. So throughout those hours I will be again leveling up, and I will focus, instead of a melee build, I'm gonna go for a ranged build. I checked the spin to win and it's nice. It does a lot of damage compared to how the spin to win was before. I checked it on my other forge. On my other forge I have every single skill learned. I've tried every single skill on my other forge. That was the whole idea, to level that other forged, so I can see how strong each skill is. So on this one we will be leveling up the ranged forged to see how strong it is. I'm gonna be skipping some of the cutscenes, because if you wanna see cutscenes, let me know, I can show you the cutscenes. But yeah. Let's level up this one. I don't have a venting. Oh, actually, I can get a venting skill. Let's get a venting skill quickly. But I don't want this venting skill, but I'm gonna have to get it. I'm gonna respect it later. I just needed to have a venting skill to make things easier. I probably should have saved points though. Instead of spending points on this, I probably should have saved them. I will save the next 3 points for ramming robot to get one extra charge on it. I'm gonna get a cannon because I think I would really need a good cannon all the time. Oh, there we go. So yeah, it will be a cannon build. And one thing I'm not a big fan of is how they changed the vent furnace blast. It's like a really short and mid-range blast. So mid-range blast, that's very short, and before it used to channel a beam of fire in front of you for a few seconds. So now you need to be really close to the enemy to get that to even give you any bonus, and it's so underwhelming compared to what I saw with Furnace Blast a few weeks ago. I was not expecting that big of a change for the skill. I really liked when it was a proper high long-ranged blast like the Holy Fury on the mage that you channel for a few seconds. So hopefully they reconsider what they've done to this skill. I'm gonna have to send some more feedback regarding a lot of things, but I'm gonna keep leveling the heroes first, get all that information I need, and then to make some threads on Note.
Quest begun.
But this time I will be focusing on the ranged part of the hero, which is very dependent on me getting good cannons as well. If I don't get good cannons, we're gonna have a bad time. But the thing is, I've got some good cannons in my other forged, which I can share when the time comes with this forged. So probably around level 15 or so, I'm gonna go on the other forged, quickly transfer some items to this one. But I really did like what they've done to Cyclone. Cyclone used to be kind of weak, and spin to win builds, they were fine as long as you had certain gear, but they were nowhere near as good as some of the other builds I've made along the time. So right now spin to win definitely seems like it could be some of the good builds that you can make with forged. Okay, I'm gonna try and kill that train of monsters, because I'm gonna need that XP to get one more level before the boss fight. I'm also gonna need to pick up a relic, and I've decided to go for the Blood Drinker, just so it would be different, so I'm not playing on a Bane with every hero. Alternatively, probably the Fire one would be good, but I like playing with the Bane active skill and Egg of Wonder, but for this one it would be still Egg of Wonder, but the relic active skill for the Bloodletter, the Spinning Blade. And I'm gonna be going for proccing Ruptures and those healing pools eventually. Can't wait to get ramming robot unlocked. Okay, let's get those killed. By the way, for AoE early on, rapid strikes is very good, but I'm wondering if I should spend points in it. I'm gonna have to respectacle those points if I do. If I end up spending points into rapid strike eventually, I'm not gonna need that for a ranged build. But probably respectacles won't be that hard to get for a couple of points if I do end up going for rapid strike in the earlier levels. Alright, my pet's back. Oh, I need to give my pet the proper skills. I keep forgetting that I can give him some nice skills. But you can see it is kind of sluggish at the beginning on a forged. The damage is nowhere near as good as we need it to be. He doesn't have much things that he can do. Thankfully I have rapid fire for range damage as a first learned skill instead of the rapid strike. Because this boss is ranged. Alright, I'm gonna kill those and then I'm gonna give my pet the right skills. Oh, and I found Healing Friendship pet as I was playing last night on my other forged. I found Healing Friendship, which is amazing. I'm gonna put it in the pet skills now. So I'm gonna go for Healing Friendship. And I'm gonna go for more defensive build, probably. Let's go stun and let's go defensive posture instead of battle cry, to make sure I've got those defenses. Come on, pet, heal me. I know you want to. So there's this unique cannon that I found, this legendary cannon that makes this bonus up to 20. And I know you can make it up to 13, this bonus, to stack up to 13 with tier passive. Hello, wasting time. I'm not playing the same mission again and again with different classes. I'm doing the whole story, the full 1 and 2 act story with different classes. So it's not like the same mission, it's just me leveling up every single class, finishing the story. Once I've done that, I would start getting levels, but getting up to level 60 will be boring. Right now you stop getting experience from the enemies on the story around level 38. After level 38 it's you grinding and trying to find phase beast maps and hoping that in those phase beast maps there will be enough monsters to give you XP, not just the boss. And there always is a little bit of ads together with the boss, but overall it's super boring experience right now. And it's not meant for us to be getting level 60 right now. They didn't mean for us to get level 60. They intentionally put Act 3 back into the workbench to fix it, to polish it, and to also condense the testing of this first few weeks of early access into Act 1 and 2, so we can give them feedback on Act 1 and 2 and find bugs and issues with Act 1 and 2, and give them feedback on the lower levels. So I'm not saying I'm not gonna be doing end game leveling, well, there's no end game, but I'm not saying I'm not gonna be leveling up the heroes once I'm done with the story on all 4 of them, but I might as well just level another 4 heroes. Because I want something. I want to have every single skill learned on every hero for YouTube purposes, and I already have a forged that's level 20. And this one is for YouTube purposes, so it was leveled specifically to get to level 20, to unlock every skill, so I can test the skill. So I can know, hey, this skill is like that, this skill is like that, this skill feels weaker than that skill, and so on. And might as well just do that once I'm done leveling this forge. But I'm not doing that spare leveling on stream. I'm doing that spare leveling while I'm not streaming, because I'm not doing it on ridiculous. It's much faster if I don't do it on ridiculous, that other leveling to 20. But this guy will be ridiculous only. We're going for that batch here. I will be taking some items from my other forge though. Okay, let's keep doing the quests. We gotta go to Travel Point, but before we do that, I'm gonna grab the waypoint. I mean, I could play Torchlight 2 someday. I wouldn't mind playing Torchlight 2 someday. If people really want to see Torchlight 2, I wouldn't mind it. But right now I'm really loving playing, streaming Torchlight 3. Oh, and I also have to go to my fort to grab a relic and start leveling that one up. I'm wondering if I should grab my other fort's relic and just play with that. I'm probably gonna do it. I'm probably gonna grab my other fort's relic and just do it. So I'm gonna quickly get that waypoint and walk on to my other forged for a moment. I'm just gonna transfer the leveled up stuff, and I'm gonna transfer some legendaries.
You started a quest. You have completed a quest.
So with this one, I'm transferring all the gear, all the higher level gear, I guess. And the best way to do this would be in the fort. In the fort, to make a wardrobe would be the best course of action. So let's customize the fort and make storage. No, we need functional. Or can I make storage without making function? Oh, I can make this one. But I still want to make some specific things, like I want to make a smelter. My stonemason is gone. I'm not sure where my stonemason went. I had a stonemason here. It somehow seems to have disappeared. I think there might be a bug. There might be a bug because you see... Oh, never mind. They're there. They weren't showing. They weren't showing, but there they are. And see what I'm doing now with these guys. I'm gonna transfer all the items over there. And I'm gonna also transfer some other items over here, like lower level stuff. Level 3. Level 7, level 10, level 7, level 6. Right, and this one I'm gonna put into one of the stash tabs. I'm definitely not gonna need that one. So hopefully this kind of helps me a bit. I've already maxed out my monument for that one. Okay, I think I'm done with this hero here. Oh no, I'm not. I need to check back the relic weapon. The relic, not the relic weapon. Unequip. I can craft new ones, by the way. I can craft something like... So now we're gonna have a little bit of an easier time on that forged. Having a leveled up relic would help in the first few levels. Because even on hard, and I'm telling you, even on hard, it felt much weaker than the other heroes in the first few levels.
May the fallen soldiers rest in peace. We're all grateful for your help, Recruit, but we must resume.
Okay, I'm gonna do this. Another Egg of Wonder. Another Egg of Wonder setup. I mean, I love it. Egg of Wonder is probably my favorite item in the game right now. It's just so good for relic active builds. And now I'm using Blood Drinker, something non-Bane. A shocker, not using Bane. Alright, those cannot be sacrificed. Well, let's just get rid of them. So now we are checking what we can wear and what we cannot wear. We can wear this, and we will eventually. This one's level 7, so we can save it up. And this one's level 10, we can save it up. And this one's 18, so it's gonna stay there. The rest here, anything lower level 8, we can probably save that one with us. Level 4, we can even wear that now. Okay. Fair enough. And we're ready. We are ready. I'm just gonna be using the Drake link. I'm gonna give him the right skills again. Giving the defensive skills rather than the offensive, and we're good to go now. So now we have that little edge. Oh, wait, I forgot the relic, didn't I? Well, I'm gonna grab it later. I'm gonna grab the relic after this quest. I'm gonna do one more quest without it. The most important reason for me getting into the fort was to get the relic, and I didn't do that. But it's fine. Let's just do another quest and then go back and get it. And the Torchlight 2 mods that I have played and enjoyed the mods, I don't know all of them, but I've played. Oh, I need to rewalk. This is bugged. I can't go inside. The Torchlight mods I played were the first of all the synergies. The synergies mod was amazing, and then there's another mod which was a mod pack on the Steam Workshop which included the synergies along with other mods. many other mods. It was the Draco's mod pack. Draco like with a C. Draco with a C. Alright, since I'm here, might as well go to the fort again. The Draco's mod pack included the synergies along with some other good mods like a Dragon Knight, like other classes. It had like 60 or 70 classes or so. Oh, never mind, I did get the Blood Drinker. I did get the Blood Drinker, okay. Now hopefully I can get into the zone. And carry on for a Tower of Chaos in Chaos 10. First of all, I don't know why you would want to go in Chaos 10. And second, I don't know why you want to be grinding the Tower of Chaos other than just for challenge. But I would say mages can be strong, and so can be soldiers in regards to surviving, being like a bunker. But Tower of Chaos is not where you get the items. It's not where the wood is. The wood is in upgraded relic hunts. And to get upgraded relic hunts, you can just do a single Tower of Chaos level on Chaos 8 or 9, and it's good enough. But if you really want Chaos 10 grinding, mages can be great. Ult 1 mage gives you a lot of survivability and still some damage, and then a soldier on the Justice, on the Solan set, can also be doing okay damage and still survive easily. Probably a melee Kiwa could also be good enough for Chaos 10 grinding with the right damage reduction stacking. But again, Tower of Chaos, Chaos 10 is not gonna be more efficient for farming items than upgraded relic hunts. In Chaos Bane they really need to boost the wood quality of the Tower of Chaos, because right now I don't feel motivated to farm Tower of Chaos other than for those coins. And if I'm farming it for the coins, I only do 1 or 2 stages and then I collect. You wanna farm XP before items. If you wanna farm XP before items, yeah, you can go for Chaos 10. But Tower of Chaos may not be the best place, because it's random. Sometimes you would get a stage where it's just 5 elites, and 5 elites, your time killing those 5 elites won't be worth it. You can just do a regular relic hunt without spending coins. Regular relic hunt on Chaos 10 and just kill the trash mobs. Kill the trash mobs, ignore the elites, then exit and then repeat. This probably would be your best way of farming. You can even do Chaos 10, what's its name? Chaos 10 expeditions could also give you XP. And you know there's gonna be monsters instead of just elites. With the Tower of Chaos it's kind of random. Sometimes it's just 5 elites, sometimes it's a lot of enemies and you can kill them and they're gonna keep spawning, and that's nice. It works fine. I still think farming experience on Chaos 10 is only worth it when you have items. Before you have items, you're better off spending your time on Chaos 8 or 9. Because you're not gonna be able to survive as much, you're not gonna be able to do as much damage if you don't have items. And yeah, Tower of Chaos, I don't know, it's not probably the best unless you're super lucky. If you're super lucky, you're gonna be getting... man, look at this, they're barely taking damage. If you're lucky, you're gonna be getting the right types of enemies, and that's gonna be fine. And you're gonna be getting XP, but again, consider how quickly you're completing the stuff in Chaos 10 and how quickly you're completing the stuff on Chaos 9, and see if the XP is worth it on Chaos 10 compared to Chaos 9 or 8. Chaos 9 for me is probably, for under-geared people, the best place for XP, Then if you have full green items, you definitely want to go in Chaos 10 for XP with a meta build like like one of the mage builds or Bragi. I mean, Bragi is amazing damage wise. With Bragi, with a good build, you can go over 100 and something million, 120, 130 million damage with the right items and skills. And that's a lot of damage. I mean, in the Tower of Chaos, my highest damage with Bragi was 127 million with the Last Song set. So it was even with the Last Song set where I got that damage. Someone is PMing me on Steam.
Your life is slipping away.
Fuck, I was typing, I didn't see I was typing, replying a message on Steam. Not a big fan of getting chatted while I'm streaming, but I kind of have to. So someone asked me if it's worth getting the game. If he actually is watching my stream but decided to ask me in a private message, I'm gonna answer what I was just asked here as well. If the game is worth it for 30 euro, I think for some people who don't mind early access games, it's worth it. Depends what you're expecting. I mean, you're gonna be saving money by buying the game now compared to buying it later. If you're gonna end up buying the game on launch, you might as well buy it now, and even if you don't play it, you're still gonna know that you've saved some money compared to the price on launch. So there's this one thing that you might wanna... Fuck, I'm done.
You are dying.
I'm gonna restart this dungeon. See, this is the hardest part of the game on a Ridiculous, on a Forge, is these first few dungeons when it's mostly blazing, teleporting, blazing, teleporting, blazing, teleporting, and you don't have the damage, you don't have the damage reduction on a Forged. On Ridiculous you don't have the mobility because you need level 5 to get that what's its name, to get the ramming robot. And I had the same problem on my other Forged playthrough, which was not even on Ridiculous, it was on hard. It sucks. I'm not gonna do that dungeon until I get level 6. I'm just gonna be killing monsters for XP now. I'm gonna be killing monsters in this zone for XP until I get level 5 or 6. Because it's not balanced. This class really needs to be rebalanced for Ridiculous. And in fact the Ridiculous content itself needs to be rebalanced. There needs to be much more modifiers than just blazing and teleporting, and 70% of the time I'm seeing blazing and teleporting. And it might be good for a lower difficulty to deal with those, but look at that, my damage is 1-3, that's not enough damage to be killing those fast enough. It ends up being super boring and painful to play Forged on Ridiculous in the first few levels. So I'm gonna have to kill those squishy monsters here to get to level 5, so I have ramming robot at least before I even move on to that quest. This is the worst hero in the early levels. I've tested them all already, so I can tell you it really is the worst in the early low levels. But the Forge has always been the worst hero in early and high levels. But I'm thinking the Forge now in the high levels can be just as strong as the others with the right setup. Or maybe not, because they nerfed Furnace Blast. So Furnace Blast, from being one of the best skills, probably ends up being a so-so skill at best. It was super nice before they changed the way Furnace Blast works. when you could channel a beam of fire from your cannon for a few seconds, and just it used to work like Holy Fury on the mage, but it was just for a few seconds after venting. And it was good, it was great, it was perfect for a ranged build. Now you need to be within this range. See, this is the enemy, I need to be like... If this is the enemy here, I need to be like here to hit him with Furnace Blast. Which makes no sense on a cannon build. You want the cannon to be ranged, you don't want it to be mid-range or close range. And all this is something I'm saying on stream, but eventually I'm gonna send it as feedback on Note. Because it was a great skill the way it worked before. Even if they want it to be a blast and not be channeled for a few seconds, at least increase the range of that thing. Because now I'm gonna have to either use Vortex Bomb or use what's its name, Coal Launch for venting. And Vortex Bomb sometimes is not the best for cannon builds, because you don't want to be pulling enemies close to you when you're doing cannon builds. Unless you're doing some sort of a hybrid build, then yeah, you might want to pull them. And I'm not a big fan of Coal Launch, it's super underwhelming as a skill as well, still. So, kind of the venting options right now, the only one I like is Vortex Bomb, but Vortex Bomb doesn't go that well with cannon builds. And I'm probably gonna have to use it on a cannon build again, because the others are just not as great as they need to be. We'll see. For now I'm gonna start playing with a Coal Launch setup, and hopefully it works out for me. So I'm aiming for level 6. Once I have level 6 I can get Ramming Robot with 3 levels, and I can get Coal Launch with 1 level. Okay, let's keep leveling, 2 more levels. But yeah, speed farming trash monsters in Chaos Bane, skipping the elites, just killing all the trash monsters and not wasting time on the elites is good. It's good for the XP. But do the same thing on Chaos 9 and do it on Chaos 10 and see how quickly the XP is going in each of the runs, and then decide for yourself which one seems like the better option for you. But of course Chaos 10 compared to Chaos 9 is like 1000 XP roughly more percent, 1000% XP more, so you're gonna be seeing much more XP per kill. The thing is, are you gonna be killing enemies quick enough? That's the thing. You gotta decide for your items what difficulty you can handle. Oh, I'm not gonna bother with those, they're not gonna give me that much more XP. I'm gonna find some popcorn mobs. I'm finding more elites, okay. We want the popcorn, there we go. I really like the Cyclone though. What they've done to the Cyclone and Spin to Win builds in general would be amazing. And another thing I like is power projection, or whatever it was called. It actually used to be something you drop on the ground and it doesn't move. Now it's something that floats in the air and moves with you. Which means great things for that. Oh, wait, I'm forgetting I've got Spinning Blade. I am forgetting I've got a Spinning Blade and I wasn't using it. Okay. See, if I had this shrine in the dungeon I was doing earlier, it would have been a great help. Just wanna get at least one level, come on. At least one level. Oh, and I forgot to post a message that I'm streaming, so I will post it in a moment after I'm done killing those. I forgot to post on Discord. Okay, let me quickly go. I'm actually not on mine on Discord. I need to start it up. So just a moment, just 30 seconds or so to copy my old message and paste it. Okay, done. Posted. So let's go get some XP. As I said, we need XP now. I need level 5 to get my ramming robot, to maybe get co-launch, so I don't end up pulling enemies into me. And that would just cluster me and prevent me from moving away from them. Nice. Getting all the greeny greens, and I'm stacking on potions now. So for the dungeon I'm gonna need all those potions. Alright, all of this I don't need. This is, by the way, my favorite pet. Well, not exactly this skin, the Azure skin is my favorite pet, but the Drakeling is my favorite pet as a pet type. But the favorite skin would be the Azure one, the sea blue one, cyan or whatever you wanna call it. I also love the Chakawari. The Chakawari is probably my second favorite pet type. It's just such a weird, nice creature. The Chakawari is like the middle stage between the evolution from a dinosaur to a bird. It's like a mini dinosaur with a bird beak on its head. Whoever came up with that great idea, kudos to that person on the art team, on the creature creation team, if there is such a team. But yeah, definitely a great little creature, that Chikawari as a pet, something I've not seen in other games. I mean, I've seen similar things in other games, but not exactly the Chikawari. Can't wait to see what other pets they come up with eventually along the run. You just killed the last boss. What do you do now? Now you either create a new hero and try that new hero, or you create another one of this hero to try a new build with this hero and do the same thing, or you keep grinding endlessly the non-existent endgame content. There was endgame content a few weeks ago, but it is now gone because they are working on a better endgame system, and when it's ready in a few months we would see it. I'm assuming at least 3 months from now until the endgame system is introduced. The final boss right now is Act 2, but in 1 or 2 months Act 3 is coming back. In Act 3 we would be fighting, my guess is the third sister at the end of the act. And with Act 3 we would have something called contracts, which means every time you kill elites, like this elite group, you get fame. And that fame gives you contract levels. So every 160 fame points or 180 fame points you're gonna get a contract level. And that contract level would reward you things like materials for crafting, receptacles, scrolls of unbinding, fort decors that are unique, that you can't get without the contracts, and other things like that, other goodies. So right now the only thing you can do is keep farming some of the higher level zones, and by higher level I just mean the level 30-ish zones. You can keep farming those, but at one point you're gonna stop getting XP, because you're gonna outlevel the enemies by like 4 or 5 levels, and they would stop giving you XP. People are saying at level 38 you stop getting XP from Sadista. That means after that point in the game you're gonna have to start doing something different. You're gonna start farming the zones that don't give you XP, in the hopes of finding a phase beast. And the phase beast would spawn a dungeon that's always one level higher than yours, and that would mean you always have XP there. But that dungeon is small. It's not an actual dungeon like it used to be 5-6 months ago, where you can actually do a map with 2-3 different stages and get shitloads of XP. It's just a boss fight, boss with ads. If you don't kill the boss, it might end up spawning ads more often, but I think it's just I think the boss only spawns ads at 75, 50 and 25% again. So that's the boring way of getting to level 60. If you're a masochistic person, you might wanna attempt at doing this. If you want to enjoy the game differently, you might wanna create a different hero or a different build on the same hero. So for example, with the forge now I'm doing a ranged build. I might wanna, after creating this, create a new forged and go for a melee build instead of farming receptacles and respecting my other build. You have 10 hero slots, that means you can have 2 of each and still have 2 extra slots. Or you can attempt and make a hardcore hero and try to complete the game without dying. That's also a possibility. So again, right now they're not even they don't even mean for us to be reaching level 60. They want us to focus our first few weeks of early access in the early levels and give them feedback on those early levels. This is what I believe they might want with this this thing. That's why they're also not giving us immediately Act 3 and want us to focus on testing for bugs and stuff the first couple of acts. It makes sense though. I mean, there's a great post about this you could read. I'm gonna give you the link. Just a second. It's called State of the Game. It's from the project lead Tyler, and you might wanna read his letter to the community, or whatever you wanna call it. This blog post on the Steam page, on the Steam community section, I think. So we would be getting patches. And bit by bit they would be including some big updates, and there's gonna be a big update coming as well, introducing certain things. But feel free to read that. It's definitely something worth reading. I'm already loading up into this thing, but yeah, let's go. Let's reset. I'm gonna reset quickly in the zone so I can have the enemies respawn. I want those enemies respawn so I can get some more XP. I want to be level 5 before I do this quest, Because without ramming robot, it's painful. It's fucking painful before getting ramming robot. Okay, here we are. And the problem is never the little mobs, it's those blazing spiders or shooting skeletons and things like that that I would be fighting in the next few dungeons. For those I really need to maybe get co-wound so I don't end up pulling them next to me, and to get ramming robot with one extra charge for mobility. Thank you McQuaus83 for the follow on Twitch. Welcome to my channel, to the Strut Club. Nice having you here. And Sour Eclipse is now following on Mixer. Thank you very much for the follow, Sour Eclipse, on Mixer. Welcome to both of you. Am I going to make a Dusk Mage build guide? Feel free to request and I can make one tomorrow. Do you want a Summoner Dusk Mage? Because right now I've got a leveled up Summoner Dusk Mage to level 30. I can make a Summoner Dusk Mage guide. It's not gonna be your meta, but it's good enough to do stuff. It's good enough as a base that you can use. It's the build I was using when I was playing my Dusk Mage. If you want that guide, I can upload it tomorrow on YouTube. I mean, I will be making guides for every hero. That's one of the main reasons why I'm leveling all of them, and not the main reason. The main reason is because I love playing all of them, and normally when I stream I switch between one character and the other. Thank you Illyria85. I mean, you can probably watch my old builds, but my old builds have so many things so different. So many things got changed. The skill system changed, the pets have more skills, the relic system changed. We now have legendarium and legendary abilities tied to the items that we didn't have on the majority of items before. So my old builds could in a way just give you an idea of which skill goes well with which skill and which relic, but things have changed drastically, so I would avoid watching my old builds. That's why I made this on a new playlist. This last build from yesterday I made on a new playlist, so that people would know it's not beta alpha, it's the early access beta. It's not like the old builds from the alpha. I'm gonna probably rename my old build so people would know it's an alpha thing that they're watching. It's thing that's outdated. But yeah, the new playlist is where I'm gonna be putting the early access builds. And once the game launches, I'm gonna make another playlist with builds for the post-launch, so that people would know it's not old content. But for now, the early access would be where things would go. Okay, Wood Beast gloves, nice. Bring on the legendaries. Stacking that gear work pays off. Oh, and if anyone wants to group up and do stuff together, please let me know. I'm on Ridiculous on this character. I'm not gonna go lower. So if you're fine with Ridiculous, we can kind of have it easy for both of us. We can get 15% extra gear work if we play together. I'm probably not gonna wear those. I'm not liking the stats on them. Not one bit. I mean, relic cooldown is cool, but I don't want to go for a relic cooldown stuff right now. But yeah, playing in a team is always easier in this game. First you get to stack different pet auras, so you're gonna be benefiting from my pet's crit chance, and I can benefit from another one of yours. Or if you're using the crit chance, I can change to like block chance, for example, or movement speed. So there's that to consider, and then everyone gets 15% gear work when they are next to another person. Even if they're not in a team, you probably noticed in the town when you're next to others you get that 15% gear work. Makes things go faster playing with others. Alright, we've got level 5, what I was waiting for. So I really wanted to get this extra charge, but it's gonna have to wait until level 3. No, fuck. There we go. Let's go into the dungeon now.
Your pet has arrived.
Yeah, it definitely drops plenty of ember cores. Things like Wide Vote and Strong Tusk and stuff like that are very good for farming those ember cores. See those spiders again. Those annoying spiders with blazing. It's just... It's gonna be a little bit easier now that I got level 5 and that I have Coal Launch I can cast on them. See, much easier than a few minutes ago when I was level 3 or 4 and I didn't have Ramming Robot to escape the blazing fires. Good strategic move. I kind of wasted some time, but I would have wasted much more time here kiting rather than fighting enemies. And not that I'm not kiting now, but at least I'm not kiting as much. And Ramming Robot could be used as a damage skill as well, not just as a movement. There's certain builds you can make around Ramming Robot that are kind of weird and nice. Oh, now it's a teleport. See, I'm telling you, teleporting and blazing seems to be the two modes that drop 70% of the time, if not 100% of the time. Oh no, there's nether wells. Okay, the other 30% is nether wells. And there you go, this proves my point. Out of 3 groups, 2 blazing, 1 teleporting so far. They really need to bring back mods like the double HP and the Lethal. Lethal used to give the monsters 100% crit chance and increased crit damage. And double HP was kind of, well, I don't think I need to tell you what it did. But yeah, those mods used to exist back then. And you used to have those mods where they would explode, but it was slightly different. So the exploding mod also drops often, but not as annoying as the blazing and the teleporting ones. Really need a better cannon. Oh, do you know what that means there? A cooldown shrine. Cooldown shrine means I'm gonna be spamming the hell out of the boss fight with that shrine. Osiris Kek, welcome to the Struck Club. Thanks for the follow on Twitch. Nice to have you. Appreciate all the follows, folks. Regardless whether you're on Twitch, Mixer or YouTube, nice having you watching me here. Okay, let's kill those and then go for the boss, maybe with another group of elites that would spawn around the corner. Because the cooldown shrine means spamming my relic, which means double trouble for the boss all the time. So there's gonna be another group of elites here. There we go. Please don't be blazing. Now what we're doing is this. The no cooldown shrine. Best shrine ever to get next to a boss. It's just too OP of a shrine. I wish the elites would calm down, so I kind of could have killed the elites with the boss. Wow, I had 0 cooldowns on my relic skills. Okay. Let's see if there's anything worth wearing. I really want to go for a one-handed shield setup, because when I'm playing on the cannon, I'm focusing on cannon damage and I don't care what my weapon damage is much. And I do prefer having a shield to have some extra 40% block chance, which is the max. You can go over 40. Okay, I can now wear this shoulder. I'm probably gonna equip this one because it has more defenses and eventually it's gonna be better. This chance to bleed is tempting, and I'm probably gonna equip it. The problem is it's not gonna work on the cannon damage, so probably not that good of an idea, but we'll see. Still need levels for that one. What is a good way of farming legendary items to fuel up the legendarium? A good way to farm legendaries is to stack as much gear work as you can, team up with another person and then just do bosses to keep getting boss chests, and of course it needs to be around your level, so you would be getting XP. But yeah, keep doing bosses or named bosses, named enemies that are not the sisters. But ideally you would have one more person with you and you would be stacking gear work as much as you can. That's the best way to get legendaries. Regardless whether you're doing a phasic map with wife-bound item drops or a regular map, you want to have as much gear work. Ideally you would be aiming for something around 70, 80 at least 60% gear work to see huge difference in the drops compared to like 30%. Right now I'm sitting at 24% gear work. And you're noticing I'm stacking certain items with it. And the cap for gear work is 100. The cap for crit damage is 300. So you want enough crit chance to be proccing the crit damage, but you want ideally to go for 300 crit damage on most builds you're doing. Okay, I no longer need that one. Alright, let's keep moving now. Let's talk to General Grey. Hi Shinitu, welcome back, nice to see you again. Are defense stats really important in Ridiculous mode? Defense stats are important a lot in Ridiculous mode because, well, the enemies do more damage and you want to be stacking as much defense as you can, but that's for any difficulty. I mean, yeah, on Ridiculous you need it more than on others, but in general you need it everywhere. You need that defense stack statting. Is that some legendarium fix that lets you do all the different relic attacks? Yeah, I'm just catching up on the chat. Yes, this is Egg of Wonder. Egg of Wonder allows you to cast one more random relic skill when casting yours. So this is the best item in the game for me. For my personal preference, where I play builds where I'm actually using relic active skill, this is the best item.
Hey, adventurer.
Some of you may not prefer it, but I really love that item. Some of you might be doing builds where you're not using your relic active skill and are maybe stacking cooldown for this, the big relic skill, the E relic skill.
We have to change the general's mind.
I normally play with Bane, but for this hero I decided to go for the healing pools and ruptures and chance to bleed.
Anything you can find.
Because, you know, things like Rapid Fire and Rapid Strike are amazing for things like Rupture or the Magma Burst on the Fire or the Spread of Death on the Bane. Things that proc based on hit or based on crit. Things like that, because you have many hits per second with Rapid Fire, you have many hits per second with Rapid Strike, you have many hits per second with Cyclone mode. So those are things I strongly recommend using with Rupture or the Magma Burst or the one on the Shock build, I forgot what it was called, that has a chance to do extra damage when you hit a shocked enemy, and the Spread of Death on the Bane. Those are things that really go great with it. Actually, I have a point to spare.
Potions for you? Potions for your little friend? Oh, is that all?
Let's go to the Fields of Unrest now. To the next quest. Let's see if I've missed any. And sorry if I'm slow with replying to some of the chat messages. Let's see if I've missed anything else. Would just spamming the last boss drop lots of legendary items? Well, yeah, if you're doing it with enough gear work, it has as much chance to drop good stuff as any other last boss of like Act 1 or Act 3 or some of the non-last boss enemies. Like, it's definitely out there. Actually, I don't need this. So with this item I'm gonna do something, or maybe not. I'm gonna do something with this item. I'm gonna put it in this tree of work. Boom, that's 9% gear work. If you were to donate a legendary, you're probably gonna get 12% gear work. That's for 300 seconds. I really think this needs to be buffed from from 300 to 6 or 900 seconds, because some people have slower PCs and the loading screen ends up being like 1 minute or 60-40 seconds, whatever you want to call it. So for some people it's gonna take a while to load into the next map, and this only works if you're in someone else's fort. So by the time you've loaded into the next map, you've lost like a big chunk of that buff. Let's see, I'm at 260 seconds when I loaded up, so I kind of needed 40 seconds to get to the portal and to load into it. And I'm playing on a SSD 4th generation PCI Express SSD, over a gigabyte. That's where this game is installed. So it's one of the fastest SSD I could get for this capacity, and still the game is loading us slowly. Actually, my hard drive, my SSD drive barely gets to 1% load when playing that game. So the game is not even using that much, and it's not using as much GPU or CPU. So I'm thinking the only problem why it's loading slow is the servers, because it's barely using my internet connection. It's like using kilobytes of internet to load those maps instead of megabytes, which I can give it if it needs it. So I'm assuming the slow loading is from probably the Unreal Engine not really taking advantage of people's connection to the best it should. Not sure why, but I've noticed the Unreal Engine really isn't the best engine for games where you're loading all the time. It's great for games like Fortnite and PUBG and things like that, where you load into one big map and that's it. You don't load until your next game. But games like this, it's not just optimized greatly in the Unreal 4 engine for this type of game, but it looks amazing. I mean, look at the effects and the whiting effects and the shading that they've done for this game and all of that. It definitely gives you good things you can do with materials, with the blueprints and so on. So it has its strengths, it has its weaknesses, but the loadings definitely are not one of the strengths of the engine, because I'm pretty sure it's just not using the resources I can give it to load quickly. And yeah, all of that came a little bit off topic, but we were talking about this wood quality buff here, the Wookie buff. So before doing a boss fight, you might wanna try and maybe get that buff. You might wanna go to someone else's fort, maybe make your portal right before the boss room. Make your portal, then go port to someone else's fort, donate a blue or a orange item, and then get that buff. And make sure you kill the boss before the buff is over, so you can loot the chest on time. Ideally, when you play with a team, it's gonna work amazingly well. You go to a fort, like one of you ports to the other one's fort, and the other one ports to the first one's fort, and you just donate to each other's work tree a blue item or a yellow item. It helps you grow your work tree, and it helps give you 9 or 12% gear work per person, and you also stack that 15% gear work while you're standing next to each other. So overall, definitely the game is encouraging team play. It's encouraging people to group up and get rewarded by grouping up. It's trying to be that game that's pushing for a more social experience rather than people being better off soloing, like many other ARPGs nowadays seem to be the game that's faster, better to play solo. This game's not that type. You're much faster when you're playing with others, if everyone knows what they're doing, of course. And again, if anyone wants to level together, feel free to, but it's gonna have to be ridiculous. I cannot on this hero go for a lower difficulty, because it's one of my ridiculous only heroes. I do have another level 20 forged, which is for any difficulty that I leveled up last night. Also, make sure you're playing on ridiculous if you're farming for items, if you don't have enough wood quality, if you don't have enough gear work. Eventually, when you reach like level 40, 50, 60 items, you're gonna see that they're gonna come with a little bit more gear work, and you're gonna be able to stack the gear work pretty high, pretty quickly. But on the first few, on the early levels, it's getting tougher to get those. Oh, a blazing one, great. I don't even want to kill this one, but I'd much rather kill him than keep kiting him. Yeah, if a portal doesn't work, rework the game. Rework the game to the title screen, it should fix itself. Sometimes portals get broken, they know about this, they're trying to kind of fix it. There's a lot of issues with traveling, not just entering into a portal, but also traveling to and from your fort and to and from another zone. There are some problems with them, they're kind of working on those. So the one thing I always do when I notice something like that is I go back to the title screen or to the character selection and try again. Sometimes I would actually need to exit the game and restart it entirely to get something to unglitch. Sometimes it ends up porting me into someone else's map at their difficulty without us being in a team, which is the weirdest bug ever, but it is out there, it's happening. So many rangers in this specific dungeon. I'm gonna go this way, skip some of them. Three more Netherrim Jawbones. This guy should probably drop one. He's a scrapper. No, he didn't. And another legendary enemy that would take a while to kill. Oh, I've leveled up. I'm gonna spend that point in a moment. I forgot to do that earlier. Okay, so that point I need into ramming robot to get that extra charge. Eventually I'm gonna get relic active skill damage, and I'm gonna get this relic active skill cooldown. And from there on, I'm probably gonna invest some points into power projection, because I really love power projection. The way it used to work before is you used to make it and then it used to stay in one place. It wasn't that great of a skill, it was underwhelming, but now it follows you around. It's like a little drone that follows you around, gives you defense, and everyone around you, like pets, summons, etc., get that extra defense, and it also can heal you if you level it up. So definitely a nice skill to have in any build if you want to survive, if you want to take damage. For spin to win builds, it's a must-have ability. If you're doing a cyclone spin to win, you want that one. You really need that one. Another thing that's a must-have for any build, in my opinion, is Sonic Pulse. I mean, just think of it. It makes the enemies take 40% more damage. What more is there to say regarding reasons to use this? Even if you don't stun enemies, even if you don't go for the Sonic Pulse activating around you, which I think is useless. Activating around you is nice for spin to win, but you can just point the cursor next to you and activate it around you, and it's fine. Whether you want to invest that many points, I don't think you should go more than 6 points for most builds with Sonic Pulse. But it's not a bad one to activate around you and next to the cursor. Not sure if you can stack 2 of those. If you have it, I'm gonna have to experiment whether if I activate it around me and I have my cursor around me, whether it's gonna apply it 2 times and stack those to an 80% more damage taken. I think it won't, because it would be kind of overpowered if it did. But you can stack this with other things. You can stack this with the vulnerability from blasting charge and other vulnerabilities that you can get. You can also stack it with the mage's consecration and get extra damage bonuses together with the vulnerability stacking. And consecration is OP as a skill. Consecration is probably one of my favorite mage skills. And now with that item that can heal you while using Holy Fury, a Holy Fury build would be super strong. And you can kind of use Holy Fury and maybe weave in between some entropies or weave in between something else. Like if you want the longer cooldown, you can weave in some, what's its name, some energy spikes. They did rework the energy spikes on the mage though. They did rework it to now have a cooldown. It was kind of very strong and OP, so I guess it was finally time to give it a cooldown. Things that are too powerful end up getting nerfed. Keep that in mind. And they get up reasonably nerfed, not like Wosen nerfing the only viable thing to oblivion. So everything gets reasonably nerfed so that you have more options of viable things to use. And I'm assuming the sharpshooter, targeted strikes, targeted shots might end up getting a nerf very soon, because people are probably more powerful than the developers wanted or expected them to be with that. That used to be a very weak skill and then it got boosted. For example, Bane, the Bane spider that you just saw me using, used to be 400% base damage. 400% base damage, and it got nerfed to 100. And they realized that 100 was kind of a too big of a nerf, so they now made it 400, not 400, but 150 or 140 base damage on the Bane spider, the venomous mole. Because before, when it was 400% damage, you could just spam that. You could just get it down to 0 seconds and just spam it and be the meta setup. And definitely that was boring. I mean, if that was the meta, it really needed a nerf. Now it's reasonable. Now after a nerf and buff following the nerf, it feels great. So expect things like that to happen during the early access. You might have a strong build, it might end up getting over nerfed and then maybe buffed again later. And that's why I guess it's nice to have different builds and different characters, that if one of them ends up getting a nerf stick treatment, you would have something to fall back on. Let's just review. See, this one's better, this one's even better. No, wrong weapon. Now, do I get the chance to bleed? Probably a good idea. Oh, that's a great sword, never mind. This has a nice enchant socket that I could use to get crit damage maybe, but I'm not gonna even bother this early. I really need a good bleeding cannon, so I can proc those ruptures more often. Let's go kill Crunch now. Oh, he's also already coming here for us. The electric relic is nice with sharpshooter indeed, especially if you're using something that attacks many times, like targeted shots, which is the meta right now on sharpshooter. Targeted shots and reload build is the meta. You would still want Shasta to taunt the enemies to make them take more damage, but just for that reason, and the taunting always helps. But yeah, it's amazing with the shock relic, with the proc thing. The thing that has a chance to proc while you're hitting those enemies and do another extra whitening damage to them. So this is the thing you probably want to spend some points into. It goes very well with things like that. I'm not sure what build you're going for. Okay, well, kind of got carried away. I do that sometimes. I had my eyes on the side of the screen where my chat is, just to see if I wasn't missing a message. Probably not the best time to be doing it when I'm fighting a boss. Fuck, I can't escape. I'm stuck. I was stuck in this wheelbarrow cart or whatever it is, and I couldn't move.
Quest finished.
Okay, now we've done it. See how many Ember Cores. I mean, I don't believe a person who says he completed the story and got only one Ember Core. There was someone trolling in the chat. There is no fucking way you would complete the whole Act 1 and 2 and not get more than one Ember Core. This is just pure bullshit that the person was spewing in the global chat. There's just no way. Because that means every single boss, except one, has been dropping you 0 Ember Cores, and they can drop between 0 and 6. There is no way anyone is this unlucky to only get one Ember Core. The game is not that rigged to give you only one Ember Core by the time you finish the story. I mean, you should actually even get some Ember Cores from a quest. You should get like a bunch of Ember Cores so you can craft yourself a relic from a quest. So there's also that he didn't even consider thinking about. 17 Ember Cores for Act 1 sounds reasonable. And I'm assuming you already have a relic weapon, which means you've already spent 24 Ember Cores to make yourself a relic. There's a lot of people in games that just enjoy trolling because they have nothing better to do with their time. and that's normal. They even come to my streams sometimes, especially when I was first streaming Borderlands on YouTube. There were some people coming, so I was multi-streaming like now on 3 platforms. But when Borderlands was launching, there was like one guy that used to come every day. So first he had the most original name Joe, like J-O, and Mama, of course. And then he kept saying some stuff, and then in the next day there was him pretending to be the police, and he said, "Hey, we're the police. We're looking for someone called Joe Mama." He like had a whole sequence 3 days in a row, coming like doing the different things. I gotta give him that, the effort of creating different accounts. But yeah, he would end up spamming the same message and using prohibited words, and of course I ended up in the end blocking him due to the spamming and using things that just shouldn't be used in chat. But the guy gotta give him credit for for making up all that 3 different accounts, coming with a different account each day. So at least this was kind of trolling in style instead of just spewing nonsense in chat.
You have gained a level.
Alright, let's do that. And it's weird why they go after trolling smaller channels instead of trolling in the big ones. I guess they assume there's no moderators that can kick them on time when they go overboard with the prohibited words and stuff. Let's see what's happening here now. I mean, this chance to poison is nice, but the crit damage. But I'm not using melee skills anyways. Oh, chance to bleed. See, this chance to bleed would be much more useful to me than the chance to poison on my cannon. Just what I was talking about earlier. This kind of will prove my point, because chance to bleed means I'm gonna be proccing rupture as I shoot my cannon without needing to bleed them with spinning blade. Of course I would be bleeding them with spinning blade as well, but yeah, let's invest into I'm gonna be investing into rapid fire. I'm gonna be maxing the hell out of rapid fire. It's not great for mobbing, honestly, it's terrible for mobbing. I wish there would be if you wanna be mobbing, you're better off doing Bane. Bane and rapid fire is amazing for mobbing, because as you're hitting poisoned enemies, you have a chance to proc certain projectiles. Rupture is also great because it explodes. And does some extra damage when you're hitting bleeding. But I think the magma burst and the spread of that on the Bane is probably better for rapid fire if you wanna be doing mobbing. With it. Wow, so many elites. Do I even want to kill all of those? Especially those rangers would be a little bit tough to deal with. Thankfully, leveling up Forged yesterday to 20 did give me some ideas of which skills to avoid and which skills not to avoid, because I had all skills leveled up on my other Forged. Every single skill I had to at least level 1, just to test how it changed after the rebalancing and reworking of certain things. So I've done the science, checking all the skills. And yeah, got disappointed of how they changed Furnace Blast. Biggest disappointment for this class with the current version of the game compared to the previous. Hopefully they consider kind of changing it again to be a bit more ranged rather than close to mid-range skill. Let's see the chat now. But yeah, if you want to farm for a new relic weapon. Oh, another thing that goes great with rapid fire and rapid strike and the spin to win is chance to shock and additional bolts fired on shock. You can get up to like 8 additional bolts fired on shock. And that's so great having those additional orbs of shocking energy to be proccing. Okay, let's do this first. You see what I mean? The bolts fired on shock. It keeps doing those bolts and they keep hitting the enemies behind him. And ramming robot now has a build around it. Now you can use ramming robot for damage, not just as a mobility skill. So there's a unique item for it. I'm gonna try and show it. Let's just vote into the dungeon. And then I can show you the item. I'm gonna experiment with it, but probably not on this hero. Probably on the other hero I might end up remaking it once I'm done with the thing I wanted to do. But let's try and show you ramming robot. So I got this one, which I'm gonna use later when I get the level. This one's also very nice. Fuck. They didn't even let me show you the stuff. Okay, now we should be good. So where was that ramming robot item? Is it still in the game? It should be still in the game somewhere. Ramming robot, ramming robot. This one, cast ramming robot if you're above 75 hit, Vento hits to deal 200% weapon damage when you start and stop moving. That's one thing that you might want to consider. What I really want to do eventually is the Vortex Bomb build. This unstable war arm would be amazing, and then this one, the Mountain King might be nice. The Gauntlet. This one with the Sonic Pulse is also nice. But yeah, this unstable war arm would be amazing. For my Vortex Bomber build, I had in the alpha I had a build where I was doing 0 cooldown Vortex Bomb. I could get my Vortex Bomb down to 0 cooldown, and it was such a fun build. Such a fun build to do, spamming Vortex Bombs. But back then, sorry, I had to mute myself to sneeze, but back then Fracking Strike was not with a cooldown. I think it's with a cooldown now. Let's check. Fracking Strike. Oh no, it's not cooldown. Never mind. Fracking Strike back then used to cost 25 heat, and it used to work slightly differently than it works now. It used to cost 25 heat, and then you just cast it 3 times. You get 75 heat. Boom! You can Vortex Bomb. And you could do... Vortex Bomb was kind of buggy though. Back then it used to show wrong numbers to the damage that it does. They fixed it, of course. It was showing more damage than it does. It was showing something like 3000 damage, but it was doing more like 300 or so. So now it actually reflects the actual damage you can get. Oh. 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 Chance to walk and crit damage. Okay. we've got a winner there. Losing crit chance. Wait, crit. No, gearwork 4.5. And a SWAT. But yeah, as I was gonna say, if you need relic weapons, just farm some bosses. Go back to farm White Vault or whatever the boss around your level would be. You can farm White Vault, you can farm Act 1 Sand boss, you can farm Kronk, you can farm Strong Tusk, Spinderella and other things like that. Eventually when they add contracts, it's gonna be super easy to get cores and things like this. In fact, I hope they do something else other than crafting relics for the Ember cores, because at one point we're just gonna be stockpiling on Ember cores we don't need. Relics are also getting a rework, and I'm assuming probably there they might make something where we use the Ember cores to boost them or something like that. But there, within the next month or so, there's gonna be changes to relics again. Some changes to them. Based on the post that I linked earlier, I could link it again. I think it's still in my clipboard. Let's see. Yeah, it's still in my clipboard. You might want to read this. Let me know if the link doesn't work, but I think it should. And this is the state of the game post that Tyler posted, and the project lead of the game. Nice. So yeah, you might want to read some of the info there. There's been another post, I think, recently posted on Steam. I'm gonna see if that's the one I'm intending to. Yeah, that's actually the good post. That's the big one. That's the post that's definitely worth reading, especially if you're new to the game, if you haven't spent much time playing it, and you haven't spent time playing it in closed beta or in the alpha version. And they will be increasing the presence in Steam when it comes to posting, notifying people. The same goes for Reddit. There will be more presence on Reddit as well from the community manager and the other people of the team. Because there is a demand for that. This is what Bean has been saying. By the way, there is some sort of a screenshot contest, so you might want to check the latest Twitter posts on twitter.com/playtorchlight. I think they already posted there about that screenshot contest. You could win some Alienware gear. I'm not sure whether it's US only or US and Canada only. Most likely it is. I'm gonna check later. If it isn't, consider entering it. Even if you're not from there, we'll see. Mostly with those giveaways, unfortunately, they are kind of US and Canada residents only, so keep that in mind. It might be the case, but it is like an Alienware giveaway. Or not giveaway, but a contest / giveaway. And you've been into the alphas last year. Yeah, in the alpha, as you've noticed, there's been so many changes since the alpha. So many changes. Just during the alpha, they reworked so many things over and over. until they thought they're in a nice state. And during the closed beta they also did some changes to certain things again, based on feedback. Just the fact that they've reworked systems so often means that they really listen to us. We say we don't like something, they change it, and if we say we still don't like it but we think it's better than before, they still change it and make it even better. So it's a process of feedback change, and eventually things end up being kind of solid and don't require much more changing, if any.
Your pet is running away.
Alright. Haha, fuck. I don't know how I survived this. I guess they were just close to dying, that's why. I wanna check something. What level do I need for this? Level 10. If I save 3 points, I can get it at level 10 and have some healing along with the defense. I'm probably gonna save the next 3 points for that one. I know I'm still sad about my crit stun sharpshooter. As far as I've seen, it doesn't work exactly the same anymore. Well, I really love the what's it called, the fuck, what was the name, the scatter shot. Scatter shot was such a fun skill before, when it didn't have a cooldown, because you could just do Ghost Visage, 3 scatter shots, another Ghost Visage, 3 scatter shots, then maybe reload and repeat that, and it was such a fucking solid build. It was probably my favorite sharpshooter build so far. It no longer works like that. 4 seconds cooldown on scatter shot kind of ruins it. I mean, I'm fine with them nerfing it to do 4 times less damage, but I would still love to play with a scatter shot build that I can spam scatter shot without a cooldown. I just don't like the mechanics of the current meta. The current meta is one of the most boring skills of the scatter shot. The straight line piercing shots, the targeted strike. Just don't like it. I like playing AoEs. I don't like playing single target when I'm using ranged stuff. Right now I'm using single target when using ranged stuff only because I don't have, I don't like the way shotgun blast is for single target damage, and right now in this stage of the game I really need it. But later on I'm probably gonna involve shotgun blast in my build and have rapid fire for single, this one for AoE. Probably. We'll see. I also want this every 10th shot of rapid fire also shoots a swag shot, but it says dealing rapid fire's current weapon damage, not the swag shot weapon damage, so I don't even need to put points into swag shot. But swag shot's still nice for that crit chance for barrage skills. Here's the thing. If I proc every 10th shot of rapid fire swag shot, would that swag shot also always critically hit every 5th swag shot I fire? That's something I want to ask the developers. It probably wouldn't, but it would have been nice if you make that be a thing. Every 10th rapid fire fires a swag shot, and every 5th of those being 100% crit would have been nice. I also miss the 102% crit chance swag shots. Back then, when you max out swag shot, it used to give you 102% crit chance. So every single sword shot was a crit chance, 102%. So it was always a crit. And that was great for stacking crit damage and just not getting any crit chance at all if you were doing a swag shot build. So that was another great build back then that was so fun to play sometimes when you felt like doing that kind of playstyle. But the Realm Master yesterday, you probably saw how great it ended up turning around the end of the playthrough, when I had certain things clicking together. Hmm. Still not worth switching items. My relic is barely getting XP, right? Yeah, it's barely getting XP. I'm gonna skip this. If you really wanted to watch it, let me know, and next time I do next time I encounter one of those cutscenes, I can show it to you. But I've seen those cutscenes so many times already. It's just yeah, too much.
Your health is low.
This one is a little bit tricky to do with the rapid fire build, because with rapid fire I really need to make sure I'm hitting the wide vault and not the goblins around him, and that's a little bit difficult because they mostly body block my shots, like this guy now doing, kind of body blocking the shots. Ah, stuck. So it's probably wiser to just get rid of the little goblins first. It takes longer, but eventually it helps burst him in the end. I'm gonna get rid of the shamans first, quickly. So I had all sorts of effects on him. I had poison, shock, fire, like burning and bleeding at the same time on him. Come on, wide vault. See, as I said, it's a little bit tricky with rapid fire to deal with him. It's not difficult; it's just slow, because they keep body blocking my shots, and it's just annoying. I wish there was a weapon, a unique cannon that makes rapid fire pierce. This would be my dream build, piercing rapid fire. Like firing mini swag shots rapidly. This would be the best cannon ever for me, for a rapid fire build. Being able to pierce, maybe not pierce more than 1, 2, 3 enemies. After that, stopping the pierce, something like that. Limited number of targets it can pierce through. Maybe pierce 2 targets, hit the third, and that's it. But it's still gonna be a great mechanic. Let's see the chat. Yeah, for the chat, it does have a cooldown now. Sharpshooter's scatter shot has a 4-second cooldown. It's not any cooldown, it's 4 seconds. I mean, if it was 2 seconds, I could probably stack some cooldown reduction and get it to 1.5. Although I don't think cooldown drops on items anymore. I think we've only got relic cooldown and relic active cooldown from items. And we don't seem to be able to get cooldowns other than from passive. So you can get 10% cooldown for sharpshooter skills from a tiered bonus, but it doesn't seem to drop on items anymore. The cooldown reduction stuff. Alright, let's keep moving. I'm saving points, as I said. I'm saving points to put 3 points into power projection at level 10. That extra healing would be nice. We gotta go talk to Zaya. Okay, let's go talk to Zaya. Was next the chasm, or did I already do the chasm, or whatever it's called? Sorry, muted myself to have some water. And if you're wondering what the pew pew pew, this one. Those sounds, that's when I pull my microphone up and down, it gets muted automatically. Okay, Zaya.
These are perfect. Kanik called me a fool, but I knew it.
Zaya, I guess. I'm not sure whether it's Zaya or Zaya. I think they say Zaya in the game. Oh, I don't have this one. Or is it just saying I don't have it, but I actually do?
Unfortunately, the Netherim will have to wait. Some of my soldiers have gone missing, and I need you to find them. We can't take on the Netherim with our ranks diminished.
Should I do some gambling?
Back, recruit. Then we will
I've got a
discuss
lot of stuff that needs to be spent, close to 5k gold. Normally with the gambling, my advice always is try to gather around 10,000 gold and then keep spamming the same item until you get something nice. That's what I normally do. They kind of nerfed it, so far I've only gotten 1 legendary item since I started, and I've already completed the story on 3 characters, got a 4th character to level 20, and now starting this one, so think of how bad the gambling might be. Let's see what I need. I'm gonna gamble for cannons, probably. Yeah, let's gamble for cannons. Where was... Oh, they removed the cannon, didn't they? Damn, I forgot that they removed it and we can no longer gamble for cannons. Okay, the second best thing to gamble for would be... I could try and get maybe a better chest piece.
Just who I wanted to see.
But that's expensive. For that I really needed more money to be able to proc at least the blue one.
I'm sure.
Alright, let's go to my fort and do some enchanting. Come on, Blinky boy. What can I get? I want crits. I need green essence. Say no more. Say no more. We're gonna get some green essence. Just checking which one to sacrifice. That's physical damage though, that's not worth sacrificing. I can sacrifice this. And here I can probably sacrifice things like this one. This one. Let's check here again. If there's anything I can grab and wear. That's pretty nice. That is actually a pretty solid turn of events. And now this one. And you saw that there were some items here that were better than what I'm wearing, probably. Like that one. And this one seemed nice. But I'm gonna just salvage that one as well. I'm gonna wear that until it breaks. And oh, no, actually I'm not gonna get this one. Choices. We're getting rid of some items. I thought I could add the offensive things to this, but I can't. Alright, we're good now. We're good. We can go. What's my next quest? I'm assuming to move on to the next zone, maybe. Come on, loading. Taking a while. Wow, that's a long loading time. Did I get disconnected, or is the loading really? Yeah, it seems like I did get disconnected. I mean, it seems to be too long of a loading time. Alright, there we go. We need to keep moving to the next zone. Should have gotten the waypoint before going back to town. Because now my map's not gonna be uncovered because of the disconnect, and on top of that there's gonna be enemies which I'm gonna just run past. But the thing is, I don't know which way would be the right way. Hopefully I don't end up going to the entrance if I go this way. Alright, that's the right way. Level 6 enemies means the right way. I'm gonna keep moving, and here we are. I'm not sure I'm gonna be done with this hero all the way to end of Act 2 today, so probably there's gonna be another stream of me leveling this guy tomorrow. But we've got time. It's 6:38 p.m. We've got time until midnight, so another like 6 hours that we've got to level this one up. Come on. And did it vote? Come on. Farbelly village. Alright, it's right in front of me. That's a good thing. From one voting screen to another. See, this one was a fast voting screen. When it's voting those little zones, you can see how fast it's voting them compared to when it's voting the big ones. And that's what we're gonna do now. Look at that train. Okay. Yeah, this cannon is definitely stronger now than the ones I've been using before. I'm loving this cannon. Please give me a cooldown shrine. Well, alright, it's not a cooldown shrine, but it's still a nice one. 100% crit chance. Oh, and there's the cooldown shrine. That's the one we want. My favorite shrine when I'm doing builds like this one. It's just so much, such a damage burst with that one. Okay, what do we do next? Just checking if we missed something. Sometimes I end up missing those guys in the X and I have to return. Oh, see that guy, I almost missed it because he wasn't showing up as a question on my map earlier until I just came next to him. See. Alright, close to level 9. Just grouping them for AoEs if you're wondering why I'm doing that instead of killing them group by group. It's much more convenient if I just pull a few different groups together and use the AoE-ness of things. Especially now with that shrine, even better.
Level up.
Alright, good XP. One more level and then we can get that healing in the mix. And extra defense. The 50% extra defense will be amazing at the higher levels when you have a high defense base. Things like percent ice damage, percent ice, not percent ice damage, but percent ice, percent poison, percent shock, percent bleeding, physical etc. damage. Those things on stats become very strong later when you have a good thing as a base. The same goes for the percent defense. And that's 50% defense, that's not a small one. That even at the early levels is a big boost. But the higher your level, the more you're getting out of those, because eventually you're gonna be doing like 100,000 or so damage on crits with certain skills. At least sharpshooter scatter shot build at level 47 was doing over 100,000 damage. That's before, and that's without charging the skill. That was without me charging the skill, without holding the button to boost it. But that was of course on crits, so of course things changed since then. forget to use my spinning blades more often.
Your life is slipping away.
Let's get that shrine. See, Ember cores. I definitely won't believe someone who tells me they don't get Ember cores and only have one Ember core after finishing the game. I mean, they can have one Ember core if they've built 2 or 3 relics by the time they've finished the game, but someone saying that they've only looted 1 Ember core by the time they finish the game, they definitely probably never looted the boss drops. Oh, look at the chance to walk on this beauty. But it's, yeah. I wanna see something. The boats fired on shock, would it be separate? Because, you know, cannons have separate crit damage. And cannons have separate crit chance. I'm not sure why it says plus minus crit chance. But okay. So for cannons you want crit damage on the cannon. On most cannon builds, the crit damage here does not apply to the cannon, and the crit chance here does not apply to the cannon. It's kind of sad that it works that way. It would be much better if the crit chance at least apply to it, and I think the crit chance does. I think this is a bug. But for the crit damage I can definitely tell you crit damage that is not on the cannon and is on this weapon does not apply to it. Crit damage that's on your items like this one does apply to the cannon. It does apply to the cannon. I'm not sure why it's not showing it, but things like this and this and this and this would buff my cannon, whereas the shield and the pistol would not buff my cannon. So keep that in mind when making cannon builds. I was actually going here to check the additional bolts fired on shock, and it says +1 on my regular attack, not for my cannon. Okay, if I do that, my cannon is, yeah, my cannon is +1. This one is +1. Actually, my cannon should be +2, so that's a bug again. Alright, I'm not gonna wear this. We're done with this one. Let's move on. But yeah, I once spent 100,000 gold. Believe me, it was 100,000. Yeah, actually more than 100,000. In the end, it ended up being 150,000. Because back then you could buy maps for 500 and then sell those maps for 500. And I saved up so many stacks of maps. I saved up a bunch of stacks of maps, and I also saved up legendary maps which I could save for more. So I kept enchanting, disenchanting, enchanting, disenchanting, and I couldn't get a cannon with 2 sockets to get 2 times crit damage. 150,000 gold later, I still couldn't get it, and then I just ended up picking crit damage in one and flat damage on the other slot. Not sure if it was just bad RNG or if it wasn't possible at all. I think it should be possible to get 2 times crit damage in a cannon though. But that was my way of storing money back then, buying maps and then stockpiling those maps, and when I need more money to do a binge enchant, I was just selling the stacks of maps. But then they made it so that you can't sell the maps for the price you bought them for. And now the maps are gone entirely, so we can't even get those to stockpile some money. I don't see a reason why we shouldn't be able to gather a lot of money to binge enchant. 20,000 is not gonna help us enchant a lot. It's only gonna let us disenchant 20 times a legendary item that costs 1,000. That means I'm gonna be able to only do it 20 times, and then I'm gonna have to farm more to be able to do it again. And sometimes 20 tries is just not enough. And then I waste all that rolling on it, all that RNG that I've done and rolled for. I have to kind of start over. So I would love to see some system of storing some money for things like that. Let's try and find the waypoint quickly. Is that the dog? No, it's not the dog jockey. It's the Frack Master mission. Frack Master. Might as well grab those. There are just too many to miss out on grabbing them. Alright, let's go kill the Frack Master. This thing here. Kind of better to just rush through it. Kind of better. Now let's group them up and do this. Like much easier now that there's no enemies, but they're gonna spawn anytime now. Oh, I ended up stumbling upon more than one of those shock pools, or whatever you want to call them, the static fields. And he should be done any time now.
You have finished a quest.
Okay.
You have gained a quest.
This one was a quick quest. I just thought of how people might be not picking up Ember cores. The Ember cores used to show up as legendary on the ground, now they show up as normal items, as white colored. So someone might just not be picking white stuff, and that's why they might not be picking amber cores. That's the only reasonable explanation of how someone might end up with just one after finishing the story. Damage with rapid fire. I still wouldn't lose my current one for it though. That damage with rapid fire would still apply, even if it's on a sword. Alright, let's keep moving. Getting close to level 10 when I get my drone. So next would be dog jockey maybe. Gunners, no, I'm not gonna fight those gunners. Oh, now, see? This is what we needed. Well, I tried to burst him as much as I could with him running away all the time. I'm just such a big fan of that shrine being changed. It used to be a resource regeneration shrine, so it used to regenerate your heat, like dissipate your heat down, or regenerate your endurance, or regenerate your mana, or ammo. But they changed it, and that's a great change to make it a cooldown shrine instead of a resource generation shrine. Okay, they're close together, that's what I like to see. Not so bad. Which way do I go now? I'm assuming it's better to go this way.
Level up.
Oh, it's already there. Nice. So now I can heal myself with this, even if I end up running out of potions. See that turret, how it stays with me. Now I can start investing into rapid fire and get that that bonus for it. Okay. I'm gonna grab this waypoint before going to the town. I think I need it, and it's gonna make me go to the next zone. Gobdunk or whatever it was. Nice.
Oh yes, potions. I've got those.
You can try gambling again, but yeah, they really need to put cannons back into the gambler.
Oh, I'll be seeing you soon.
Let's see what
Good
we
job
get.
on rescuing our
Maybe
officers.
a rifle from Yapper.
What's that? Dum Hero wants to help you.
Oh, interesting.
Here
Someone's
for
typing in
coin,
Mandarin.
here for coin.
So what do I gamble for? My leg armor is pretty low level, so
Without
let's try and
money, I
get that
got
one.
beer. You come
Okay,
back
that
for
works,
more
that
coin.
works.
Here for coin. Oh, you'll be back.
So, Firebelly Stronghold now. If I'm not mistaken, that's the dog jockey quest that we're doing. Yapper's rival. But yeah, this guy is gonna be very fun once I get that cannon. If you've seen me earlier, I have in my storage, in my wardrobe, a legendary cannon that boosts rapid fire, and that's what I'm gonna be building for a rapid fire proc spamming build, spamming ruptures with bleeding. Although for such a build, probably using Bane and Spread of Death is better, because the Rupture is probably better for something like Cyclone, where you have AoE. But with the Rapid Fire, you're doing mostly single target, so you would want more AoE. And this one does explode in a small area, but this area is kind of small, really small. So unless they're really clustered up, you're not gonna see much out of it. Let's try and show you. I guess that's not the best enemies to show you Rupture on, but it's proccing, you're seeing those bleeding explosions happening. But the damage of that Rupture doesn't seem to be proccing as much. It's pretty short range. I think they really need to increase the range of this Rupture. Like for example, if those legs are the enemy I'm attacking and I'm another enemy, it should be getting hit. Even if it's like here maybe. No, not here. Maybe here. Maybe that should be the range of Rupture's damage to hit others. Otherwise, it's kind of underwhelming. It's good that that you're getting that damage on the target you're attacking, but the targets around you are not gonna get scratched at all. I'm gonna have to use a Respectacle on my Vortex Bomb. Although, probably not, because I want that damage reduction in case someone attacks me. We'll see. Okay, now drops shit. What's a good disc mage build to play from one of the guides you made? Well, the guides I made are pretty old and they're quite different. Right now you have a very strong Holy Fury build where you're kind of healing yourself, but you need a specific item. There's that one item that makes you heal yourself while using Holy Fury, and it also gives you poison resistance. Huge amount of poison resistance. So that build is not bad, for example, and you can weave some energy, not energy, you can weave in entropy in between the energy spike, in between the Holy Fury. And if you don't want to be weaving entropy, you can be weaving energy spikes. But I think entropy is a good choice of something to use with Holy Fury, to weave it in between. Because you still need to be using at least one skill of the opposing element. So if you're using a light build, you want at least one dark skill so you can proc certain things. So you can maybe go for something that gives you Consecration, Holy Fury, Entropy, maybe a Relic active skill. I would strongly suggest having a Relic active skill. Then things like, what would be nice? Things like Damnation would be nice to get mana back as well. You can even use Dark Spears. Dark Spears, while leveling up, Dark Spears and Holy Fury is a nice combo, because you can get up to 80% movement speed reduction on the enemies. So if they're in the Dark Spears area, they get 50%, and while you hit them with Holy Fury, which is another 50%, you get them to 80, which is the limit of speed reduction. You cannot slow an enemy for more than 80%, and 80% is a lot because it not only slows movement speed, it also slows attack speed. And since the attacks in this game kind of, even if it's a spell that an enemy is doing, it's still gonna be slowed down, because there's no things like a casting speed here. Even the spells are considered some sort of attack in this game that the enemies do. And for early levels, Holy Fury, Dark Spears is a good choice. And for high levels, I haven't tested this item, but people are saying it's great. And it should be, I mean, it's healing you while you're channeling this. That by itself should be amazing. In theory, it's amazing, and I'm sure it's probably great in practice. I can't show you this item now though, can I? Because I think it's Dusk Mage only. Let's try and show you. A Radiant Blast build is something I really wanna try. Radiant Blast build. This one's also nice. This one's amazing. This one would be perfect for an entropy build. I mean, I was playing an entropy summoner and I really loved the entropy summoner. So this is it, Vitality Extractor. While channeling Holy Fury, regenerate 5% max health per second. So this is a Digitus, meaning you cannot use this Digitus together with that one, unfortunately. But you can put one of them in the Legendarium and use those at the same time. So you can have Entropy with 8-second cooldown and spam Holy Fury as the main skill, and then maybe use Egg of Wonder. It's gonna be great for any type of build, Egg of Wonder. And then you can try and get some nice set items to give you those overcharged or whatever it was called buffs that give you extra damage and things like that. So I think Holy Fury right now is an amazing build to try. But you're gonna need to be using a one-handed weapon and an offhand. And that's actually the better, because you saw the unique item being a one-handed weapon, meaning you can get a nice focus item with nice mana regeneration, because you're gonna need to stack some mana regeneration if you're using Holy Fury. Otherwise you're gonna run out of energy pretty quickly, even with the minus 30% Holy Fury cost. You're gonna need to get minus cost reduction to light skills, if there was one of those. I think there was, at least before there used to be. And since if you end up doing the 8-second entropy, you're not gonna be able to build up the dark bar quickly or the white bar quickly. So you might want to have another dark skill there, as I said. Spirit Well is always a nice little bit of extra damage you can get from the summons. So I'm suggesting maybe use Spirit Well as just that additional help. They can help you by taunting and pulling aggro away from enemies. They're not really using taunt, but they are pulling the aggro sometimes from the enemies, and it's some extra little bits of damage that you don't even have to do anything other than just cast it and let it do its own thing. So you may not go for a proper full summoner build, but it's definitely gonna work well. And if you go for a Poison Bane kind of setup, you can also get 8-legged allies. Or instead of 8-legged allies, you can get the one that Spread of Death, that keeps it's gonna help you with mobbing sometimes. Although Holy Fury being a piercing beam, you don't need that much help with mobbing, so probably Spread of Death might be overkill to invest into, but it's nice because it's gonna help clear out bunches of enemies quickly by proccing those extra projectiles in all 4 directions. Another build, as I said, I wanna try a Radiant Blast build, because right now basic attack Radiant Blast build seems to be the Battle Mage setup, but again it's very gear dependent, and some of those builds you can't get them until you get those items. And that means you're probably gonna start farming for those items once you complete the story, but it's super boring to farm for items once you complete the story, because there's no end game right now. They removed it, so there's that to consider. Oh, this guy's taking to beating. I probably shouldn't have wasted time trying to kill him. He's taking quite the beating though. Anything worth equipping before we move on? Alright, I'm just gonna keep pushing. Zorg said, I just need 2 more euro to afford this game. Wow, Zorgs, good luck with that. Good luck with that, Zorgs. The game definitely would become more expensive when it launches. So if you're thinking that you're gonna be playing that game when it launches, you might as well get it now, even if you don't play it now. That's like the short answer to when people ask me if it's worth buying. I personally would buy that game in an instant, but that's because I spent so much time playing it and I know how much the developers care about the game, and things change a lot in this game. Okay, I just need to get away from those teleporters because they're just gonna be annoying to deal with. Let's group them up nicely, like this. Boom. And Dog Jock is here. He's joining the party of elites. Oh, and the problem is yellow shaman. Of course, there's gonna be a yellow shaman. But the game definitely has some nice features. I'm such a big fan of all the customization we have for our build, making me consider whether I want to invest into this skill or that skill. And it didn't used to be like that. Before, you had so many skill points and you could end up investing in so many things. When you had max level 100, you definitely could kind of chill out and invest some points into other skills, but now they're making you have tough choices to make. You kind of decide, hey, do I want this skill, do I want that skill? So if I take this skill, do I go all the way to 10 points, or do I just stop at 6 or 3 points invested? Do I want those passives more than the active skill of the skill itself? And then you have the relics, which again you can spend 50 points on. Then you have the legendarium, and then you have items, and you have pet skills as well, which, okay, there's not that much variety there, but there's some nice pet skills to consider for specific builds. For example, I've got a healing friendship on my pet, so maybe my pet's gonna heal me in a moment if I don't heal myself. Not sure if the pet only triggers that in combat, though.
Life support systems repaired.
Sean Brady 333, thank you for the tip, dude. Really appreciate that. Thanks for the tip, and nice to see you again. And I'm glad that you're enjoying the stuff I'm making. You can see there's a lot of customization. It might not be on the surface at first for a new player, especially knowing that the legendarium is something that you don't get those items until you loot them, and you don't get those items until you salvage them after looting them. So the legendarium is like a next level of customization for people who are kind of already finished with the story and start farming items and start getting into the final layer, final depth of the build. I think that's That's the last thing you need to be worrying in a build, the Legendarium. Of course, if you get a good Legendary and you want it in the Legendarium instead of wearing it while leveling up, that's probably the best choice. Also, while you're leveling up, you might out-level a Legendary. Let's say you get that good item at level 10 and then you're already level 20 and it's just no longer useful and viable wearing it because it doesn't give you as much damage or defense. The best thing to do with it is, if it's not in the Legendarium, is to just salvage it, get some materials and get the item's power in your Legendarium. If you've already got it in the Legendarium, then you decide, do I want to put it in my Tree of Luck or do I want the materials for some enchanting of legendary items later. Eventually there is a wood chase in the game and the game is rewarding you not too much but not too little. So there's a balance, and Max was saying the same thing. Max was saying if we make the items drop more, then we're gonna have to make the monsters more difficult. That's what he was saying in the... Actually, he was saying that in the game chat 2 nights ago. 2 nights ago in the game chat, he was talking to some of the people who are online, and that's what he said. Because there's like a balance of how strong the enemies should be and how easy it would be to get items. And believe me, it is super easy to get items when you're higher level and when you have like 60, 70, 80% gear work. Gear work is not to be underestimated, and it goes all the way to 100. And at 100 you're kind of gonna be looting legendaries every second or third map. If you're with 100 gear work and if you're doing endgame content. Which is good enough, knowing that some maps might take half an hour to 15 minutes or even 10 minutes if you're speedrunning. One can even make it faster. Here I'm gonna lose that 5% damage, but you see this one doesn't reflect my real damage, not the cannon one. Still getting that crit damage to the cannon. It seems to be glitched because it's not benefiting from this crit damage. The way crit damage on cannons used to work is you used to get the crit damage from helmets and all sorts of armors. Right now it's buggy, and I really think this needs to be reported. Because the only crit damage a cannon shouldn't get is the one from shields and from one-handed weapons and from offhands and from two-handed weapons. Anything from the armor should be added to the cannon crit damage. So I'm not sure why I'm only getting this 29% here. Some sort of a bug is what I'm thinking. Alright, let's go to the next zone. When I reach level 15, I'm probably gonna go to my fort and get some items. And someone wants me to pet my pet. He's kind of sleeping, but he's within... Oh, never mind, he woke up. He woke up. I can pet him. I can pet him now. Oh, he's still kind of sleepy, so he has no idea what's happening. Alright, petted my pet. Now I've got a skill point, I need to spend it, and I'm gonna upgrade my rapid fire to get that bonus. And next off, it's gonna be the next 3 points, probably gonna be rapid fire. Maybe 1 point shotgun blast. It's not gonna be a bad decision, but I gotta start actually saving points for Sonic Pose. Cause I need that relic active skill cooldown, so I'm actually gonna save points. Ideally I need 6 points into this skill. That means saving points. They're probably gonna rework the system again. We'll see with this thing with saving points or not. But we do have Respectacles, so once they make Respectacles more available to us, we wouldn't need to worry that much about saving points if we wanna go for a certain build. So all we gotta wait is for Act 3 and the contracts to come back. And then once you reach Act 3, you can kind of start farming more respectacles, more scrolls of unbinding through the contracts, and have a little bit more freedom of making mistakes with your builds, and also unbinding more weapons and items that you find. And contracts are endless. You can non-stop do contracts. Once a contract has been completed and you get all levels of that contract finished, you can just keep doing the 10 repeatable levels of the contract. Unless that changes, which I don't think it will, each contract has 10 levels that you can complete. It used to have 60 levels. And then after those 60 levels you start from the start and just repeat it. Then they change it to have 30 levels, and then after completing the 30 levels you start from level 1, but that's a different level 1 than the previous, and it goes all the way to level 10. You complete the level 10, you go back to level 1, and so on. So you just keep repeating those 10 contract levels to get those rewards there. And you had different contracts, ones that give you more materials, ones that give you more things like consumables for respecking, and so on, ones that give you more resources. So contracts is one of the nice things in the game that I'm looking forward to returning. It's gonna make respecking an endgame character, level 60 character, much nicer. Once I'm done with leveling this character, it's gonna be time to start pumping levels and trying to experiment with different things. And not just this character, I've got all the others already finished with the story, so it's gonna be nice to do those experiments. On my Dusk Mage, Realm Master and Sharpshooter, I will invest points into every single skill and test them. On the Forged I already did that on a separate character, but I will wanna test certain things. And for that, respectacles would be needed, I guess, to remove some points from my currently leveled up skills on those characters. Oh, my favorite shrine. Alright. Let's do this. Yeah, I can't hit those there. Okay, I'm gonna go back to pick up that stuff that dropped. Or maybe not. We can now exit this place. I'm gonna be skipping the boss of this place because it's just gonna take some time, and I can just go back and do the next part of the quest. And good morning to J Montastic. What's my plan for the range forge? It's gonna be rapid strike build. I already have a legendary cannon in my storage for level 18. That gives me this bonus that goes up to 10 or 13 with the upgrade. This goes to 20, which means 200 extra damage for rapid fire, 200% extra damage for rapid fire. It works great. My plan would be to be proccing ruptures all the time. Again, I'm gonna be using a relic active skill with low cooldown, and I will be using things like maybe shotgun blast for mobbing, but in the end I'm just gonna be going for cold launch, sonic pulse, ramming robot, power projection, and spinning blade and rapid fire. So probably investing into shotgun blast might not be really a great idea right now. I liked Poison Dart when I tried it, but it wasn't that great, and Swag Shot, the way they changed it, doesn't feel great either. And the biggest disappointment was how they changed Furnace Blast. Furnace Blast used to be a long-range beam, like Holy Fury. Not as long range as Holy Fury, but kind of the similar range. And you kind of start it and it stays there for a few seconds and you can keep burning enemies. But now it's just a small short-range blast. So pretty disappointing, pretty disappointing, honestly. Where is this oak beard? I think I'm going the right way. I mean, I should be. There's no other way to go. But yeah, I've got that cannon for the rapid fire, and it would be kind of bad if I don't use it. And I've always liked proc builds. Rapid fire, cyclone, and rapid strike are the best forged skills for proc builds. Proc builds meaning things from your relic weapon that you can proc, shock bolts that you can proc, and things like that. Things that proc on hit or on crit. Hitting a bleeding enemy, hitting a poisoned enemy, and things like that. That's what I refer to when I say proc builds. Come on, he's dying soon. Let's see. Oh no. My pet's been bugging me for food. I can give him some food. He woke up earlier, so I can give him some food after this fight. Although I did give him food like 3 hours ago when I woke up, so I'm not sure why he's begging me for food again. But he's gluttonous. Since he got castrated, he always wants to eat more than he needs to. So we gotta kind of pay attention not to give him too much. Alright, respectacles, nice. I keep getting those. I could save it and give it to another hero, or I could just use it. We'll see. Okay, let me just quickly give my pet some food. Just a moment. This guy? Alright, just a moment. I'm here, I'm still talking. Alright, that should be enough for a few hours. So let's see the chest and the pet. Do I have this Chakawari, this type of cover? I probably have it, but let's send it home just in case. There's a limit of how many pets you can carry. Oh, scroll of unbinding, nice. There's a limit of how many pets you can have in your pet shelter, and I reached it yesterday and I had to clean it up to remove some things. Chance to bleed. This is actually great. I'm gonna lose the crit damage, but that chance to bleed is just not to be ignored. Right, send pet down and let's move on. Let's see the chat. Anything new? Okay. And what have we here? Travel point and talking to Yapro. Well, I'm gonna grab the waypoint before I go there, because you never know, I might get the travel book. So much rather get the waypoint in case I can't return. Pretty sure the waypoint's this way. Yeah, as expected. (7:37 p.m.) We've got time. We've got time.
Potions for you? Potions for your little friend? Oh, is that all?
Good. Good. Yapper tells you.
Not so fast. Adhesive?
And the stuff.
Leveled up.
Steel.
Staffs, by the way, if you're doing basic attack build, probably staff is one of the most overpowered things.
Now,
Of course,
with
if
that
you're
out of
doing
the
a
way,
basic
it's
attack
time
build,
to
you're
put
gonna
down
want
this
specific
strong
uniques,
Report back once
not
the
any
threat is
items. But
neutralized.
staffs have the
Watch
fastest
your
attack
back up.
speed in the game, which is the weirdest because they don't actually. On paper they don't, but in theory, in actual testing of the attack speed, staff have always had the fastest attack speed, even faster than swords and other things that supposedly have. I'm gonna quickly demonstrate it. See, I'm equipping a staff, and if I change this to a basic attack, you're gonna see it's not saying slow or fast anymore, but it used to say slow, fast, very slow. So they kind of got rid of that thing because they probably couldn't balance the attacks. So this is how fast this attacks. And that's without attack speed bonuses. I wish I had something else. I've got a pistol. Let's check the pistol. The pistol's kind of equal, okay, but that's a ranged weapon. But staffs used to be much faster than swords, and great swords used to be... Great sword was supposed to be the same speed as a staff before, but used to be slower than any other weapon. Even rail hammers were faster than great swords. And swords used to be normal, staffs used to be slow, great sword used to be slow, and rail hammers used to be considered very slow. But staffs were actually faster than the swords. I guess they got rid of all that slow, fast, etc. thing. Okay, we're saving for Sonic Pose, so let's keep moving. We're not gonna spend the points. kind of rushing through this story, even though I'm not doing it too fast. I'm still kind of skipping some things we don't need to do, like fighting certain enemies and so on. Forgot to change this. It would be nice if we have an item that makes this drone give us movement speed as well. Alright, I gotta stay and fight here. Now they're gonna spawn when I don't have the shrine. See? This spawn happened just to throw me. When I had the shrine it wouldn't spawn the extra enemies and the elites, but when the shrine ended it's gonna spawn them. I'm not gonna even fight those. Okay. I think at level 15 I should be able to equip that special cannon that I've been saving up. So once I hit level 15 I'm gonna go to the fort and see if I've got some items to pick up from there. There's supposed to be a shrine, I don't see where. Oh, it's over up there. Okay, enough of that. Wrong way. Dynamite for fishing, nice. Get those, oh fuck, no. Get those fish showers. I'm just gonna rush through to the boss fight. I'm still okay for the level, so even if I rush and skip some fights, I'm not gonna be under leveled for that level 12 boss. Okay, moving on. No. Oh, gunners, no, that's not good because they're too close to the boss. I might end up fighting them with the boss. Hopefully they don't go all the way to there. Thankfully it's probably far from their spawn and they won't come here. You gotta kill the little gunners because they're annoying. Look at how many little gunners he's spawning though. Oh shit. Come on, come on. Right, let's try and pull them together like this.
Death is upon them.
Alright, now it's just him. And us. When he summons netherlings it's nice, when he summons those goblin gunners it's kind of annoying. One final burst, I'm not gonna move. There we go. No pet chest. Well, we're getting close to the end of this act. I mean, there's what's his name? Strong Tusk. Then after Strong Tusk, Irma. And after that it should be Brow, whatever she's called. Well, okay. I couldn't react on time. I did try, but my character didn't move on time. Now I need weapons. But let me equip my weapon. I really think this game needs an option to pause. Even when you're playing in online, you should be able, when playing solo, to kind of be able to pause when you open your inventory. Or when you press a certain button. It makes no sense to not be able to pause a game that you're playing solo in single player, even if it's online only. I understand not being able to do it in town when there's other people, or when you're in a party, but when you're playing by yourself, I don't see a reason why we won't be able to do it. I'm not even sure what did this much damage to me. I lost some things which I can't replace. I mean, I don't have a one-handed weapon right now. I don't have gauntlets either.
You have died.
How do I keep losing items when I didn't have new items? Oh, my spinning blade no longer does damage because I don't have a regular weapon equipped. Fuck. That's a bad thing. Alright, drop me a white weapon, come on, any white weapon would do. I don't know why I ended up selling my spare weapon, must have forgotten to keep something. Come on. Don't be like this. I just need the stupid white weapon. Come on, any weapon. Let's see what's up there. Maybe there's a chest. Oh no, the cutscene. The cutscene that cannot be skipped. See, that's terrible. Never mind, I can skip this one. So the one before Sadista, that's the one I think I can't skip. Because I've tried many times. Just tell me that was just a weapon that dropped. Oh yeah, a weapon, finally, come on. Nice, now we can do some damage actually. Let's go find the third pylon. Those pylons can spawn outside of the map, which means you're gonna have to redo the map if this happens. It happened to me yesterday and I kind of reported it. See, they're not even letting me move on there. Too much body blocking. This might have happened again. Let's see if that's the case. A pylon spawning outside of the map borders. Hopefully that's not the case, because it's gonna be terrible to have to redo this. Okay, nice.
You have gained a level.
Alright, we can move now. I really need a better cannon though, this one is so shitty for this level. It's level 11 cannon still feels pretty bad. Alright, Alright, we're good to go for the boss fight. Six potions should be enough. Was that strong tusk in belly of the beast? I think it was. Worst case, if I end up taking too much damage, I can always use that shrine as a safety net. I love that mechanic on this boss and some other bosses where there's a potion icon above the enemy's head, and if you kill that enemy, it drops a potion. But rapid fire is one of the worst skills to be doing bosses like this, because there are so many enemies that are around the boss and you can't target the boss because of them, so you have to kill the other enemies before the boss, and if you don't have enough AoE, spread of death would have been perfect. If I was using the Bane, spread of death would be helping a lot here. Fuck. My what's it called? Ramming robot didn't wanna work. I pressed it before I got stunned. It just didn't do anything. There. I'm getting there bit by bit, halfway done. Ah fuck, I exited the game. I mean, not exited, but out and tapped. I clicked on my browser by accident. Shit. Okay, I fixed it now. This guy's gonna drop a potion. there, almost there. Let's see what we've got here. All right. Oh, this is nice. But the bog chance, I really like that bog chance. So far, probably might be better to go for a one-handed setup, but we'll see how things end up. I do have to boost the pet a bit though. 1.5 more levels and then things should get a little bit easier when I get the other cannon, the legendary one. That was such a boring boss fight though, with so little damage from what's its name, from rapid fire. But again, that's right now forged is fucked over, especially ranged forge. Ranged forge is so fucked that that he's not getting any he's not getting any crit damage bonuses on the ranged cannon other than the ones from the cannon. And that's a bug. He didn't used to be like this. You could get all the crit damage bonuses from your armor, just not the ones from your main weapon and the offhand if you're wearing one.
Wow, you defeated Strong Tusk all by yourself? I could never defeat a Varkanen chieftain. But where was I? Oh, right.
Chance to block? Might as well wear it.
You can't break
I'm not using the other stuff from that, so might as well just stack. How many percent chance to block is it now? 40%. I've maxed it out.
Go there and find its source. Once it's yours, you can break the seal and finally confront Brawl. Good luck.
Just who I wanted to see.
And the worst thing, you can't gamble for cannons. There was a time where we could, and then they kind of removed those. Hatch. I need a new hatch. And apart from a hatch, maybe a shield.
Here for coin. Here for coin.
Okay, we got the hatch. Let's try and get the shield. Okay.
I'll see you soon, I'm sure. If you have money, I got gear.
So what else do we need?
Coin.
Maybe the chest piece could change.
Here for coin. Here for coin.
No. Oh, I'm not sure why I'm stacking crit damage. Right now this crit damage only works on my spinning blade, which is still not bad. I mean, I'd rather have that crit damage than not have it, even if it's just for spinning blade. But they really need to fix this to get cannon crit damage from my gear. Because right now, look at how much I've got here, 258. And from that 258, neither of those is from my sword and shield. So I've got 108 extra from my items total here, from my armor. So we're going to Lake Goblin, right? I think now we have to kill that necromancer or whatever she was called, Irma Swamps here. Witching Grounds, I think it's there. Well, it's not highlighted on my map, but it might be just a bug. Yeah, it's a bug. There's too many to miss out on opportunity to kill those. That's too much XP if I skip it. Alright, let's keep moving. Smoldering, smoldering. Once I get the Relic Active skill cooldown, things become slightly different for us.
Gained a level.
Alright, let's just go and find some more and group them up. Oh, look at how many are down there. Alright, maybe it's time to stop and kill some. They're just such a nice amount of enemies, I kind of wanna kill them.
You're nearly dead.
If that boss wasn't there, I would have been done by now with the others, but I have to kind of avoid the falling rocks. Alright, enough of this. But look at the little damage my rapid strike is doing. 5, 8. That's just a joke of a damage. But it gets better, believe me. When you level up the forge, eventually it gets better with the damage. You just need a lot of skill points before a forge can get strong. You need to get rapid fire to 6. You need to get sonic pulse probably to at least 3. But even if you don't get it to 3, it does give you that extra 40% more damage, which by itself is, it speaks what about what it does. Let's see. This one. Oh, look at that, there's more. If only I was on a shotgun blast build now. See, a shotgun blast build could have cleared those much faster by now. Or a spin to win build. If I was on with the spin to win at level 15, of course I won't have spin to win if I wasn't. But the spin to win really needs defenses, and I tested it yesterday and it was doing a lot of damage compared to how weak the spin to win used to be before. But the problem was surviving. Especially with Vortex Bomb, I would end up pulling the enemies next to me, and without certain items, spin to win build is kind of super squishy, super risky.
You're close to dying.
And in Act 2 it was terrible when there's those enemies that leave poison pools when they die. And you're spinning and you kill them and then you don't even see it. And by the time you see it, you're kind of almost dead and you have to kind of run away. Alright, let's move. There's just elites left. Oh, never mind, we can't move. The boss is here. Things are gonna get messy now. Ranged elites, melee elites, and a boss that can swallow us and do damage with those fields. Look at how quick those skeletons are.
Your cat has returned.
If I can kill at least the melee elites, it would be nice, but the most annoying would be the ranged elites. So maybe kill those first, and then go for the boss. I can kite the melee elites while killing the boss. Taking forever. But yeah, I'm doing 5 damage now, and eventually around level 19-20 I was doing 90 damage, 90 something damage, 100 damage with my cannon. So the difference is huge, just from like 4-5 level difference. Did you see my cursor was on the boss and he was attacking the skeletons. Someone in the global chat of the game is asking how you get more legendary effects. If anyone from the viewers is wondering the same thing, to get legendary effects you have to salvage items. When you salvage a legendary item you get that ability in the legendarium for use with your builds on any character on any account. So it's not character bound, it's account wide progression when it comes to the legendarium. Not sure how it works with hardcore heroes, whether it's character bound or if you unlock something on a previous hardcore hero and make a new hardcore hero, whether the legendary would be like that, or whether the hardcore heroes get the legendarium unlocks of the non-hardcore ones as well. This is something I've never tested, but if someone has, feel free to share how that works. Hardcore and legendarium. Finally. Phew, that took... it's been a minute since I started this map.
You have received a quest.
Ah, fuck! I didn't want to enter this portal. Why did it spawn it in such a nasty place where the wood was? That was just bad. Now I have to go back and get my wood. You should maybe ask when you're teleporting to a portal. We did ask them before, when you kill the boss the portal would spawn. And we did ask them to make that portals spawn once you wood the chest. And they did make it, and that's nice, but look at where it spawned the fucking portal, exactly where I'm clicking to move to wood items. Kind of unlucky. I think the portal should always spawn far from the chest. Far from where you're getting the wood. Alright, that's fine now. Is this any good? It's an upgrade. Two more levels. Well, making them take 40% more damage is definitely a great addition to the skills I'm using. And this is so good when you're playing with others, using a sonic pulse on a forged. And if you're playing with, as I said earlier, Dusk Mage with consecration, and then a Realm Master with the dynamite that has the extra increased percentages, and maybe the Realm Master with the extra damage to poison, stunt, not poison, but Binded, Stunned and Sword. That Realm Master is gonna have so much damage against enemies that are affected by the dynamite, that are sword, and that have sonic pulse on top of them, and while he's standing in the consecration field with the rest of us there. The Dusk Mage also was super powerful before with consecration, because consecration gives you extra 15% damage for every ally in the circle, and summons like the spiders from the Bane used to count for that extra 15%. And you can get up to 12 spiders. Up to 12 spiders. I mean, it's gonna be hard to get all 12 spiders in the consecration field, but you could get at least 4 or 5 in there to give you extra damage. That was kind of OP. It was kind of OP on a Dusk Match with consecration and a Bane with Spiderlings. The Netherlings from Spirit Well funnily didn't work that way. They didn't count as allies. But 8-legged allies did count as allies. Not sure if it was intentional or just a bug, like overlooking something. It's probably not gonna work that way now. If it does, then you might still wanna invest into that skill and to use a Bane. Oh fuck, it's rubber banding. See, it rubber banded me multiple times. Well, teleporting Netherlings, there's kind of hardly anything I can do against those. Hopefully they're no longer here. Of course I'm gonna get blazing enemies. And another blazing enemy. Kinda wish I could stop and not have to find annoying elites with blazing and teleporting, because I would, but they're only giving me the shitty ones, the overpowered enemies. And more blazing enemies, just wonderful. My pet fled. Well, that's kind of expected. So as I'm kiting, I'm still doing some damage to the enemies that are after me. I'm killing some of them. Alright, time for Brow. And moving on to Act 2. Quickly, any upgrades we can use? Oh wait, fuck. That's gonna warp me where the enemies were. Huh, she dodged in the last moment, eh? So this is gonna be something that takes forever. Yes, last night or this morning on my other forged I killed her with the spin to win mostly. my pets back.
Nice try. Can you handle this? Let's make it interesting. There. Get back. Get ready. Should be fun.
This is taking forever, but bit by bit we're getting it done.
This should be fun. This should be fun. This should be fun. Let's make it interesting.
If only I had another person with me for more damage, it would have been perfect. And that reminds me, if anyone wants to group up and do those missions together, starting from Act 2, you could tell me and we can do that as soon as I'm done with this boss fight. It would be much better for both of us. I mean, 15% gear work for everyone, buffing each other's damage by debuffing the enemies together and buffing each other with certain abilities. So definitely much better to play in a group, especially for the work and for the items.
Not today. Huh. Don't hold back. Get ready. There. This should be fun. Dodge this. Get ready. This should be fun.
Soon she's gonna start spamming clones.
Get that. Get ready. There. Let's make it interesting. Stay on your toes. There. Get ready. This should be fun. Let's make it interesting. Dodge this.
Did she start using clones? I guess now she's gonna start.
Too slow. Yes, that's it. More, more. This should be fun. Stay on your toes. Dodge this. Let's make it interesting. Get ready. Dodge this. Get ready.
And the problem is I don't have as much damage to keep killing the illusions quick enough on this build. So it's gonna end up being such a bullet hell in the end if I don't end up killing at least one or two illusions before she gets to spawn another one or two. It's gonna take forever.
Get ready. Dodge this. Let's make it interesting. Get ready.
Fuck.
Get ready. Dodge this. Get ready.
Ah, she spawns two more. Fuck. See, that's what's happening. The fucking ranged forge is so weak. It doesn't have enough damage to get rid of the illusions on time before the new ones show up. And in the end, it's gonna be almost impossible until I get more damage from somewhere.
Stay on your toes. Stay on your toes. Get ready. Get ready. There.
I barely scratched her since she started the illusion phase. With the other heroes I never had so much trouble. With the spin to win build I also didn't have so much trouble. And the spin to win build was not a spin to win build. It was me putting at least 1 point into every single build for something I wanna show. And every single skill having at least 1 point meant like a totally mixed build. So it was not even a proper spin to win build where I'm not gonna be putting points into the cannon stuff. Forever. But yeah, the Forge needs a buff. Still, he's still the weakest of them all when leveling up. Maybe with good items he's probably gonna be as strong, maybe even stronger than some of the other heroes. Although now that they've ruined the good Furnace Blast to make it mediocre at best, I'm not sure how much stronger the Forge would be.
Make it interesting. Stay on your toes. Stay on your toes.
Yeah.
Get ready. Let's make it interesting. Get ready. This should be fun.
Come on. so close to dying now. You're getting there.
Let's make it interesting. There.
At least the closer she's to dying, the closer are the summons to dying, so now it's easy. They kind of get 1-2 shots now.
This should be fun. Get back.
And that's it.
Stay on your toes.
Imagine if this killed me. That would have been the best ever. If this shot actually killed me. Alright, I don't want this. Phew, that's the longest bro fight I've done ever on any hero so far. And now I'm gonna start Act 2, but before starting Act 2 I need to get some items from my fort. So let's go to Travel Point, get to Act 2 and then go to the fort. I've got, as I said, a legendary cannon for rapid fire waiting for me in the wardrobe. So I need to get that one equipped.
Great job, recruit. You continue to exceed our expectations. But we can't stop now. We must discover what this mother is planning. Our only lead is a researcher we lost contact with several weeks ago. He spoke often of the Netherrim, but nobody paid him any mind. Now I wish we
But
had been
forts
closer.
will be strong once they ranged forts will be pretty strong once they fix some of the crit damage bugs. And probably crit chance bugs. I'm not sure whether the crit chance is buggy, but the crit damage definitely is on the cannons. Because it only counts the one that comes from the cannon, and it shouldn't. It should, as I said earlier, count the ones from items, and that's you losing a lot of potential DPS versus a melee build, which doesn't really care about it. I'm gonna skip this because the voiceover is so low. It's just very hard to hear anything.
Is there something I can take off your hands?
Ramming robot, polyhedron. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go for the other one.
Well, it was good seeing
Okay, let's get the quest.
Partner?
Talk to the
Partner?
other one.
I know the general was trying to keep it quiet.
Imperial researcher? I know the one. Haven't seen him in
Oops,
days.
missed
I
something.
could find him, but you'll need to do something for me first. Two problems. First, I need you to clear out the pests down in the high vid tunnel. Their incessant screeching is frightening my poor alpacas. Second, a foul
Let's go
sister
to
of
the fort
Dark
now.
Arts has stolen my baby's collars. Their collars have enchanted gems, and I'd like them back.
Now the build should shape
I
up.
shall divine the location of
It
your
should shape up. Some of the items I was wearing at level 20 I probably won't be able to wear yet. But most of them I would. Because you can wear items 3 level higher than your level. Which is a great way of handling it. Actually, never mind. That's gonna go for the Tree of Luck. Another bonus of having multiple characters do the story. I now have so much shared stash tabs that it's OP. It's OP having that many. I can share all the wood I want. I can store it, but that's excluding wardrobes, like for example this wardrobe. Boom. So let's put this here, let's put this here. I don't need that much chance to walk, but because 40 is the limit, but the poison defense I would need. So what I'm gonna do is put that here. And then yeah, that fire defense I don't need. I'm gonna have to do it like this. Oh, I can't wear those, never mind. Alright, poison defense. And this pistol is wife bound, can't wear it yet. Not until 17, but we're gonna get 17 soon, might as well grab that with me. And I'm not gonna need this cannon anymore. What was here? Another pistol I can use for now. Body critical maybe? Let's go for body critical. Right, I need some stuff, some spare stuff to disenchant. And this thing that's wife bound, it's gonna get disenchanted. This thing I'm actually gonna wear. This thing I'm gonna disenchant. And those are all for disenchanting, because I think only Forged can wear forged armor, like the chest. So that should give me enough stuff for upgrades. Splendid. Okay, we're good. We can start now. How's my defense quickly? Barely got any poison. I actually have 0 poison defense. Wait, I should have in my shield, so why is it not reflecting here? Yeah, that's weird. It should... Oh, because I haven't teleported to the right zone. Once I teleport here, it's gonna change the primary defense from fire to poison. Good afternoon, Craig, as well. what I would recommend for sharpshooter, but if you want the meta, the easy cheesy build, you go for targeted strikes and revolt. That's your easy cheesy meta build for the sharpshooter. I mean, it may not be fun for you. I know for me it's not a fun skill using targeted strikes, and expect this to get nerfed anyways. So enjoy it while it lasts. Maybe it's gonna be for 1 or 2 more months until it gets a nerf. Maybe it's gonna be 1 or 2 weeks. But for now, it's gonna be very good for melting bosses. It's very good for single target, and since it pierces, if you play it well, it can also help you with AoE stuff too. So keep that in mind. Now I just need some poison defense or regular defense. So shoulder and maybe hatch is what we need from this frontier. Ooh, look at that. Okay, we got this shoulder. That's a good shoulder. Now let's try a hatch. Oh, look at that. It was shitty though. Wow, what's happening? Does the gear work actually work when you're gambling as well? Alright, I'm gonna equip this and... Boom. Now you're gonna see this cannon, this legendary cannon that stacks up to 20 times, giving me up to 200% bonus damage on rapid strike. I mean, it's not that much more because I had it stacking up to 13 times already. I already had it stacking up to 13 times, which means it's just 70% more damage compared to before, where it was giving me 130% more damage. But it was a good cannon base anyways, so I think I'm getting disconnected and I'm gonna have to reconnect. It happens, it happens. But I'm pretty sure now I'm gonna see the disconnected message anytime now. Yeah, there we go, let's start again. Oh, skill point. One more level till we get the cooldown. I'm wondering if I can actually complete Act 2 within the remaining 3.5 or 4 hours from now. I probably could if I don't get disconnects and stuff, and if I just keep ignoring enemies I don't need to fight and focus on the quests. So first of all I want to test my damage without using this and with using this. Yeah, much better damage, as you can see. From those 19-30 hits, I'm getting up to like 100 hits with that cannon. So starting off Act 2 with a nice bang. Alright, now we need high-vid tunnels. I think they're this way. maybe not. Let's see the other way. I don't want to miss them and have to backtrack. Okay, they're not here. Well, let's pull some elites here, because there's a cooldown shrine. With the cooldown shrine, we better get some elites in the mix. Come on. See, earlier there were so many elites, now there's not a single one inside. Oh, there we go. Let's get those. Let's get those. Move with me, move with me. There we go. And now let's try and get the other ones that are over here to follow me. Let's get those. There we go. Alright, that's gonna be wonderful. Now let's just group them up together and just use the shrine. They're a bit slow though, aren't they? What did they say? Pretty good. Got some decent XP. Whether it was worth spending all the time pulling them is debatable, but it was nice use of a shrine. My relic's actually getting XP in these places now. You might be wondering why I've only got 1 point here, because otherwise if I don't have 1 point here it's 0% chance to spawn a second pool. So 5% is still better than 0, as long as there's a chance to spawn 2 of those. Eventually I'm gonna pump more points into that one, but more importantly I'm gonna buff the damage of this and the damage of this, rather than going for the pools. Because with the ranged build I don't need the pools as much. This one was I was thinking of making it a spin to win weapon, but then yeah, I transferred it to this hero when I started leveling this one. With the spin to win weapon I would go for more blood pool stuff. Definitely, because I would want that extra sustain of my HP. Oh, shrine, what is it? Skill shrine, okay, perfect, perfect. Let's group up some more for it. Nice. There's an uncute elite somewhere. This one. Okay. Hopefully we're going the right way. I think we are. Alright, alpaca hunter. Ah fuck, he's got that bug. He's got that bug where he despawns if you go far away. Well, that's not a pleasant situation where I can't kind him around much. Okay, that worked. Now, nah, that's kind of... It's tempting, but I think when I reach level 20 this would give me like 35 maybe crit damage, a little bit more defense, and maybe it's gonna be worth switching. Alright, moving on.
Leveled up.
Nice, now I've got 2.4 seconds on this one. Opens up a lot of spamming. And by the way, do you see the name of the NPC? Sylvia Rouser. I see what they did there with Sylvia Rouser. Interesting NPC name. There's some weird names in this game, like Bruce Killis, for example. First boss you kill. Actually, I need to go this way, right? Yeah. And they fixed this boss so you don't have to stand in the circle. If I go outside the circle, she doesn't have that respawn, despawn thingy. Come on, Sylvia. But you see how difficult it was to do stuff earlier to survive, and now suddenly, just by upgrading some items, how much stronger it becomes and how much easier it becomes to kill stuff and survive at the same time. Definitely the first act feels much harder than the second act, but of course I switched to a legendary gun, which of course is a decent thing. This doesn't actually give me +1 to bro skills because it's broken for now. Hopefully they fix those things. Anything that gives you +1 to a certain skill or +1 to a certain category of skills is right now broken. We'll see how strong some builds would be once they fix those. Oh, I need to go to Maktar's Cove. Oh, and I can equip that that wife-bound item now. I was saving, what was it, a pistol? Something with a lot of damage, if I remember, like 127 or so. 135, nice. This didn't end up giving more crit damage, just more defense, 20 more defense. 20 more defense is enough. That means I'm only losing 20 defense, but I'm getting 4 crit damage.
You've returned, traveler. Yes, good.
Quest
good.
complete.
One
Level up.
awaits in the venomous nest. Beware, something sinister lurks in those depths.
A new quest.
And now we're pumping rapid fire all the way to probably the max. Damage to burning enemies as a passive would be nice to maybe make it as a setup. And that would go well with the fire relic, but I really want to go for the bleeding one, because it has faster cooldown. Chance for barrage skills, heat dissipation. What else can I get? Relic active skill damage. I'm probably gonna have to get this. This one won't do much if I'm using shields with 40 block chance. See, that one's not gonna be worth it. Damage reduction in melee combat might be worth it. Relic active skill damage is kind of far away. So yeah, let's spend the next 6 points on this one. And eventually get points here, damage versus burning enemies. And maybe points here.
Take a chance, spend some coin. Till next time.
What was the next quest? Kind of forgot. (16, 18) and Venomous Nest, which should be over there. I wish this gave us movement speed buff the same way, you know, the Railmaster gets movement speed for a long time after using the hammer spin. Speeding through. Don't mind me, monsters, I'm just passing. Let's kill Spindy. She should be here. Come on, Spindy. Show yourself, Spin. No! Was not ready for this. Look what's happening here now. How many of them are here? They're all coming to catch me. And I'm gonna do one more thing. Hopefully it works. I wanna do this thing to change direction. There's more of them. Now this is becoming tougher, because now every one of them would be here in this room. So I'm changing directions again. This is fun though, look at how many elites I've got in the same place. Let's kill the melee ones quicker. But I put so many of them, pretty nice. Didn't have to kill them in one place, I could just... I didn't have to kill them one by one, group by group, and I could just pull them and benefit as much as I can from some of the AoEs I've got. Got a reward. I mean, better than what he was wearing, so it's an upgrade. Alright, someone's alive keeping those things. That's super dangerous. Having those pools there not dissipating. So there's one of those elites with those pools, a melee elite, because it was the melee ones who had this ability. One of them is keeping those up because he's not killed, and it only disappears when you kill the whole pack.
I wish to be as far from here as possible. Post haste! What ho!
Before going to Maktar's Cove, I'm just gonna get the next waypoint.
You've gained a level.
This is why on cannon builds using a shield seems to be amazing. Because on cannon builds you're mostly not using your weapon damage if you're going for a full cannon build, where the only weapon damage used would be ramming robot and a relic active skill. Having that extra 40% block chance really does help. Make you a little bit more tanky, afford to take some hits. Wow, you're not sacrificing damage. You're not sacrificing damage when you're doing a melee build. You have the choice: go for a two-hander, get more damage, or go for a one-hander and focus, get more utility, or a one-hander and shield, get more defense. And the block chain still applies, even while using the cannon.
Thank you again, adventurer. I hope I can return.
Let's keep this.
Quest finished.
I'll be waiting.
Dusk Mage statue. Nice. Not gonna use the Respectacle on this hero. I'm gonna save it for another hero.
I've procured fresh stock.
Oh, now this is making me consider losing those 70% extra damage. I mean, we outlevel certain things eventually. Oh! But yeah, it's wife bound. I mean, I could have used Scroll of Unbinding, but I'm gonna outlevel it soon, so no point. So I'm gonna do a test to see how much better my damage can get without upgrading this. Damage versus Netherim is great versus bosses like Sadista, Brow and the likes. Alright, let's move. By the way, again, if anyone is around my level and wants to play on Ridiculous together, tell me, we can add each other on Steam and team up. The wood quality, I mean the gear work would be better for everyone. That way, we're gonna be killing stuff quicker. We're gonna be stacking a lot of different things, like buffs, debuffs. This game, just like Warhammer Chaos Bane, is much easier when played in a team compared to solo. Just gonna move, I'm not gonna waste time fighting those. Razor Saw, if I remember correctly, was someone who does a lot of damage, so gotta be extra careful around him. Come on. Almost got them all. Alright, that was completely unnecessary of me. I kind of wasted time killing those, but it was so many purple enemies. I just wanted to see if I can get lucky. How's my gear work right now? 31%. It's not amazing, but it's there. It is there. I mean, if I had twice that much, things would have been pretty nice. I'm not gonna kill this one, it's pointless. Not gonna get a good item from it with this gear work. I mean, I can get, but the chances are low with 30%. Even with the 100% gear work, you're not gonna be getting legendaries all the time. A lot of the time, but not all of the time. Between 80 and 100 gear work would probably net you every 2-3 maps a legendary when we were talking about the old non-existent anymore map work system. I mean, sometimes you could get more in a single map, sometimes not get any in a single map.
Received a quest.
Should I just do the main quest and not bother with the side quest? I could just go and do the same as I did in the previous map, focusing on the main quest. It's trying to debate me with phase beasts. Alright, Psora. Already doing level 21 content on level 19, so I'm already under leveled. But that's fine. That's fine as long as I dodge. I did a big mistake. I wasted all my ramming robot charges before entering the fight. Big mistake. Where did I leave my gauntlet? Shit, did I sell it? Oh fuck, I sold my gearwork gauntlet. Right, let's see what have we here. I lost my good shield. And I have a spare shield somewhere out there. Oh yeah, this one. This one was my spare shield. So now I'm gonna make sure I've got enough charges before I go there. Alright, 3 charges, let's go in. So first of all I need to kill the little enemies because my build is single target build and they're just body blocking anything. Fuck. See, I'm not dodging here, I need to start dodging. If I get rid of the little guys, she dies quickly. I mean, she's super easy boss if you kill the little guys. It's just about moving away from the slow moving projectile and paying attention for when she's charging. Apart from that, the rest is easy. You just need to kill the little guys. Fuck. Something's doing a lot of damage.
You feel much healthier.
Alright, now it's just us and her with just a few little guys left. See, once I got rid of the others, it wasn't that difficult to just get into certain rhythm with that fight. Now the pet is back to kind of distract her a bit. she bugged? She's not charging, and I'm expecting for her to charge anytime now. And she just seems stuck into the non-charging phase. Okay, I think she's gonna start charging now. And she doesn't seem to be using the big bow either for the past few seconds. Oh, now she's charging, okay. And she just did the big bow finally. Was wondering what was happening. She was kind of stuck in some sort of a whoop. Probably because my pet was next to her and she didn't feel the need to use the ranged attack. And the big one and the charge. Okay, we've got her. Let's see what drops. Alright, now I've got 3 Azure Drakelings. I'm gonna have to switch my current one with... Oh, I could have done it now. Didn't think about it. I could have switched my Pinky for Azure Drakeling. First of all, I need to disable this quest from the tracking. And now, are we reaching Acrid Plains? Acrid Plains is where I get shitloads of XP every time I'm there, because there's just such a nice density of monsters to kill, and I need a little bit more XP now, so I'm gonna spend some time catching up to that. Kilner79, nice to hear that you love the game. I love it as well. It's my favorite game, man. I've been playing that for 14 months, and I can tell you, I wish I could stream during the closed beta. It was painful not being able to stream my favorite game for the past few months until the NDA was lifted. And now I'm back to streaming, making build videos, making other videos and stuff like that. If anyone wants to see certain specific builds, feel free to request those. When I do have the opportunity to make them, I will. The game is definitely not for everyone. It's not everyone's cup of tea, because you just can't make someone who doesn't eat broccoli. You can't make someone who doesn't like asparagus eat asparagus. It's simple as that. You can't make a vegan eat meat. Or you can, I guess, somehow by putting it in jelly beans and stuff like that. So that game is not for everyone. You can't make certain people play it. They're not gonna enjoy it. And you can see some of the reviews on Steam are so misleading. They're from people who have no idea what early access is supposed to be about. And they're expecting an early access game, first, to not have issues on the first day of early access. Second, they're expecting the game to not have this bare minimum of content and things to do that you've got right now. But early access is not about giving the players shitloads of content all the time at once. It's not about unstable issues not being a thing. There's gonna be servers being unstable, there's gonna be bugs, there's gonna be glitches, and we're here to test this and to help them make sure that when the game launches, this doesn't happen. So, for those of you who are wondering whether this game is worth it, if you're watching, try to see what's happening, what I'm doing, try to ask questions about the game, because there's no easy yes no answer to that question, because everyone has different views on what games they like playing and what games they don't. One thing's for sure, you're gonna be paying less now if you buy it now than when it launches. So if you buy the game now and if you don't play it until it launches, you're still gonna save 10-20 bucks depending on how much the price would go up. D2 was your all-time favorite game. Yeah, D2 is nice. There's some things in Diablo 2 which nowadays I think are kind of outdated, and it's not graphics. I don't care about the graphics in the game, but there are some systems that just don't feel right anymore in Diablo 2. First of all, the grinding, the slow leveling up to 100, after a certain level it feels just too grindy. 20 years ago that was acceptable, I guess, having to grind your ass off. Even now people love doing it in games like Wolsen, where there's probably still not a level 90 person in the game, on the official on the servers, not on the offline version. There's games like Path of Exile where you can just cheese it with a meta build and get the max level easy. Just a moment. And there's also another thing in Diablo I'm not a big fan of, how big the sets are, and having set bonuses at 2 pieces, 5 pieces and so on. This game does sets much better. And it's made from some of the people that worked in the Diablo 1 and 2 team in Blizzard North. Which one should I equip here? Should I go for the potions or should I go for the movement skill stuff? I'm pretty sure I'm gonna go for potion cooldown, especially now that I'm gonna be fighting in this zone when there's gonna be shitloads of enemy in a moment once I group them up. Now I'm gonna be grouping up enemies for AoE XP farming, but that's not enough. We need more. We need more of those. That's a decent number, but let's try and get 1 or 2 more elite packs. Okay, there's one more pack here, there's some more here. Let's go up here and get some more over there. And now we can do this. What happened with all the elites I put? Oh, they leashed back. Unfortunate. Could have gotten those to half HP if they were hit by the attacks I was doing. Oh, there were those behind me, fucking ranged enemies and their attacks. Should I bother with those? I mean, they're gonna take forever to kill. They're not worth the time. Those on the other hand are worth the time because they're gonna die quickly. When movement dodge, less damage taken. What do you think of the changes from the patch? Which patch? I'm just gonna read the chat in a moment because I've missed some messages at the top. It will be nice if they do something like that, because I haven't seen a patch yet. Maybe that's notes for a future patch that's coming, or maybe the patch has already been applied and I just need to log out and re-download it or something. They did a minor patch today. When today was that? I probably missed it. I'm gonna check the notes after I kill all those that are on my ass, but look at how many there are. Oh, that's gonna be best if I try and kill the 3 first. I'm gonna die. I didn't. I survived somehow. Crazy stuff's happening. I need to kill the 3. The biggest oh, there's teleporters as well. Oh, and I need to get the waypoint. Alright, now I need that movement speed. Put them over here. And now that they're on this side, I can go and grab the waypoint quickly. There we go. Look at how many. This is so fun. So many elites. If only I had more AoEs at my disposal. And this tree is the one that really needs to die. So I can be more brave with standing in one place. Oh, there we go, another guy's coming, a green one. Oh, there's another green one. Oh, and then there's a yellow one as well. Alright, this is getting dangerous because they're spawning those poison pools when they die. That means until I kill the whole pack, that pool's not gonna disappear. I have no idea who the ones doing that are. It's one of the melee guys obviously, but which ones? I can only try and guess. Already 21? Wow, okay. Nice.
Your life is slipping away.
The tree is still alive. The annoying tree. Okay, I see the purple ones. One of them is the poisoners. Assuming those ones are from the group. So those are the ones remaining. This is the ones remaining from that poison group. So let's try and kill him. No, one of the pools is still on the ground. So there's someone somewhere. See that pool there? How it's taking my HP every time I go through it. Ah! Wow. Wow. Alright, I think we've done enough here. We can quickly get some more points into this and move on to the Ancestral Grove. I wanted to just get some levels because I was under my contents level. And we've got some. The flyers just take too long to kill, so we need to go this way. I'm gonna go and check the chat once I transition to the next zone, just to see. I've missed some messages, but yeah, the patch I need to check it. I need to check the patch notes. I'm gonna open Steam while we're at it. So Torchlight 3 events. Minor patch, June 18, 2020. Okay. Cost to purchase potions from the vendor reduced to 80 gold. That's amazing. Nice. Very helpful for the first few levels on a new character on Ridiculous. What else did they do? Temporarily removed something I saw. Temporarily removed the pool in effect from Forged Vent Vortex Bomb skill. Monsters were being moved into the collision of the character, frequently walking the player in place after using the skill. Okay, so that's what was happening to me yesterday multiple times, I guess. And where is this thing about the skill, the movement skills? In rare cases, players could enter character or pet names, blah blah blah. Okay. I'm not seeing anything about the damage reduction. When dashing. But okay, I'm gonna read through that later. Let me quickly check the chat messages now while I can. But thanks for telling me about the patch. Thanks for that. So, what did I miss? Torchlight 3 has just enough choice to keep it fun and gives a lot of reason to grind for better items. Yeah, definitely a lot of reason, definitely a lot of variety in regards to the weird builds you can make, and I'm all about the weird builds, as you know. I may not be after the meta builds, I may be after those builds that this game allows you to play, that can still allow you to complete the game within a decent, reasonable amount of time taken to kill an enemy. It may not be killing an enemy in a few seconds, but it will definitely be fun and still viable. In general, the way this game has been balanced is you don't need the meta build to complete it. You just need the best items. That's how it is. The best meta builds would make things much easier, but they are not necessary. You don't need to look at someone's build online to to be able to finish the game, but it helps to figure out how this guy synergizing this item with this build, or maybe this guy's using those two skills one after the other. It does help to look this up, but you don't need to. As long as you have the best items, you're gonna be fine. They fixed bug. Okay. Okay, so you basically copy pasted some of the patch notes for me, thank you. Okay, is there any other difference between the difficulties? Is it worth playing on the hardest, or is it just more of a challenge? So you get increased drop rates. On Ridiculous you get 15% gear work. Gear work capped at 100% is right now the limit. You also get certain bragging rights. Because, for example, this character has not been played on anything lower than Ridiculous, which means here I'm getting the best shield, the best badge. Based on what difficulty you select, people would see this shield. This is the lowest difficulty one has played. So if you switch to Painful, this would change to the Painful shield. You can always go back to Ridiculous, but you would have the Painful shield here. If you switch to Normal, you would see the Normal shield. You can again always switch to a harder one, but the shield would be the lowest you have played. So this is kind of like bragging rights to say, hey, look at me, I've only played on this difficulty when playing this character. So that's just how this is. That's just how this works. It's not something amazing, but it is some sort of motivation to make people play on the hardest difficulty. Then what else did the chat say? How is the game? Doesn't seem to be good as the second one. Well, for me this has been good enough. It has been good enough for me for a long time. It's not complete, so you can't judge it this early. It's still in early access, so until the game is fully launched, it might be too early to compare it to any other game. You can compare it to early access versions of other games. For example, Wolsen had early access for a few years before launching, and they still released an unfinished product. Last Epoch is currently in early access and it has a lot of content. So there's that. So yeah, I'd rather not compare it to games that have been out there for many years and have mods and have shitloads of content that has been added throughout the time from the community, or even games that don't have content made from the community but still have had like years of patching behind them, like Grim Dawn and Path of Exile. So for this game, early access is just the beginning of the massive changes, or not massive changes, but the massive feedback they can get. Because before, their feedback was limited to what, maybe 500 people, maybe 1,000 people that were regularly playing the game. But now you're seeing peak numbers of 5,000-6,000 or so concurrently walked players. So that by itself. Okay, he just despawned all the other enemies, made the fight easier. So they made champions do more damage on Ridiculous, but overall not be like bullet sponges. I could try and restart. I'm gonna see which time the patch was released. Because I started playing this around 4 in the afternoon my time. Oh no, don't tell me he's bugged. Fuck, I just wasted my time. I didn't know he's gonna be that leashy. So they really need to fix those bugs where you go a little bit further from the boss and he just resets. That was not a bug yesterday, it was not like that yet. So they fixed 2 of those bosses, but this one became one of those bosses that were buggy. I'm gonna have to stay close to him. Alright, got him. Got him.
Traveler, do not be alarmed.
Alright, next. What class has the best overall damage and AoE? Well, that's difficult. I mean, for single target damage, you probably would want to go for a sharpshooter. The sharpshooter can allow you huge DPS burst for single target damage. But when it comes to AoE, the sharpshooter also has good things on certain builds, but it's not the best one. I think maybe it depends. It depends. I mean, the Rail Master has amazing AoE capabilities, and thank you to the person who just, I think, followed, or yeah, for the follow. Super firm. Thank you for the follow. My notification was a little bit slower. Welcome to the Struck Club. So the Rail Master on an AoE build has a lot of AoE damage. The Mage can also have decent AoE damage, but not the type of AoE you might consider the standard AoE. But it does have AoE like Absolver. It has a beam AoE, piercing beam with Holy Fury. So on a sharpshooter you have Scatter Shot, and you have Onslaught, and you have items that can buff those to a certain stage. I need to go to Sunken Ruins. I'm assuming it's maybe this way. Forged can do decent AoE with a spin to win build, but you really need to find survivability for it. So that's gonna be decent once you get the good items. But Forged can be nice. Oh no. So, fuck, they keep getting me stuck without being able to move through them. Look at how many are after me. We've got a nice train there, eh? Now I'm kind of stuck.
You have gained a level.
I'm kind of kiting. Ah, no. Damn, how am I surviving those stuck situations is beyond me. Okay, it started wagging. I guess I put too many enemies. For survivability, you're probably looking at Rail Master. Rail Master can, with a shield car, have a ton of survivability, and if you add Hammer Swing on top of that, there's a lot of good survivability for that. Forge can also get good survivability after certain investment in certain skills. But overall, you would need good gear. Regardless of what, you're still gonna need good gear. And you can always add a shield. To any class you can add a shield, and that's gonna vastly improve the survivability of that class. But I would say the Realm Master stacking shield car with hammer swing is just too much damage reduction. And then you can stack people together, and then that becomes even better. Because right now with this drone I get 50% defense, but that's not gonna be strong if my defense is not good. So you need good defense base to get the most out of the drone, for example. Alright, I've killed a lot of those here. Final elite, and then we're moving on. Right, enough. Let's go. Let's go do some quests. That was a lot though, that was a lot. I mean, I probably would have been better killing them group by group now. Because it was just too many. Like this group, I can just try and kill them, just that group, and ah, fuck, I didn't see this explosion on time. Did I lose a weapon? No, just my armor.
You have gained a level.
Alright, moving on. Got that level up right on time for the dungeon. One more level for this one. Should be here, the enemy we're killing. This is gonna be another kite fest with the Frag Master. He's dying quickly at least. The problem are the fucking spiders. Those are the problem. Oh wow. I'm gonna go back to the chat after this fight. I just wanna make sure we do it properly. Legendary. Oh, Mountain King's Pow Drones. Was that the one I wanted? Not bad. We can wear that at level 27. So let's see what chat messages I missed. Yeah, the robot dude has drones, and before the patch, before the early access, those drones used to stay on the ground. Like you place it on the ground, or not on the ground, but it was where you place it. You use it and it stays there. Now it follows me around and it gives me 50% defense. It also can heal me, and it also can give block chance. And make my allies vulnerable. I'm not gonna get the block chance, because eventually I'm gonna be playing with the 40 block chance shield. I had one earlier. So I'm only gonna get the healing, but it's pretty nice, because you can be using the drone and spinning. You can be using, and the spin to win has healing as well. And this healing actually doesn't apply just to the spin to win, to any bro skills. So any of those skills here that you see, except the drone because it doesn't do damage, any of the other skills can heal you, 15% chance to heal you. So you're stacking this healing of 2%, which is 100% chance, with the 15% chance on hit to heal for 3%. And since the spin to win does a lot of hits per second, which means a lot of procs per second, it goes very well. And if you use a relic like that one that can heal you, killing a bleeding enemy has 15% chance to drop a blood pool. That heals you for 5%. You have a chance to spawn an additional blood pool. You have a way to increase the healing. That's pretty nice. So on such a build, I would suggest probably using Blood Frenzy centered setup. Blood Frenzy centered setup means stacking relic cooldown, because this one is the one with the shortest cooldown. Right now I've got 0 relic cooldown. 0 relic cooldown. Let's see once the relic ends how many seconds that would mean with the cooldown. I think it's 90 seconds if I'm not mistaken for this relic. Different relics have different cooldowns, but this one should be the one with the lowest, which means Blood Frenzy would be nice because you're gonna be bleeding the enemies all the time, and using Rupture would also be amazing. See, that's 60-second cooldown, which means every 60 seconds you can have for 30 seconds without any cooldown reduction. You can have 100% chance to bleed. And if you combine this with Rupture, hitting a bleeding enemy has a chance to make them explode. It's perfect, and you can even increase the damage on that one. So maybe on a spin to win build I wouldn't put points into Spinning Blade, and I wouldn't use Spinning Blade, and I would use something like on a spin to win build I'm probably gonna go for Sonic Pulse. I would definitely go for Sonic Pulse. I would go for Cyclone Mode, I would go for Power Projection, I would go for Ramming Robot and Vent Vortex Bomb. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and maybe you can add Fracking Strike as 6 if you wanted to, but that Fracking Strike might be just to do certain stunts and things like that and slow the enemies and so on. could be something to just try. Or you can just keep a spinning blade if you want, without spending points into it. Spinning blade is not bad because you can be spinning and use the spinning blade and then keep spinning afterwards. It only interrupts you for a short while. This keeps bugging on me. Every time I do this, I cannot enter this place. Every time I do this quest, I need to restart it, run back to it. It's an annoying bug that they really need to sort out. But yeah, the spin to win build would be pretty fun with those skills I mentioned. Of course, you're gonna be investing into some other skills just to get the passive bonuses. But the ones I mentioned would be the ones on the skill bar that you would want. So you're still probably gonna get the passive bonus from this one. 6 points into that one for the damage. You might wanna get the crit chance from this one.
Watch where you're going.
And there are some items that would work very well with the vortex bomb. Okay, we don't need that one. See, skills like 15% damage with Cyclone mode. This is amazing for a spin to win.
Hiya! Looking for some gear? Anytime!
Let me see if I can gamble for a better chest, maybe. Better hatch. We need a better hatch.
Till next time.
This one's an upgrade. Alright, let's move on. Hey Evan, nice to see you. Haven't seen you in a long time, dude. So nice to see you again. Oh, if you've never played Torchlight, you might enjoy this one. I'm not sure what type of games you really enjoy, but you're gonna love this one if you love that type of art style and if you love hack and slash wooters. And if you're not expecting this to be the next big thing, to be the next Path of Exile or the next Grim Dawn, because it's just not gonna be that thing. Evan, was it you who played Roblox, who made me, not made me, but who told me to try the Roblox Wooter game? I think it might have been you. I didn't really love it, but yeah, this is much better than that Roblox hack and slash game. That's like ages better, miles away from it. So if you were that person I played that game with, then you're definitely gonna love that. It's got so much customization, so much things you can do with your character, and it's got different items you might want for different builds. It's got a lot of build variety that might not be on the surface, but once you dig deep into some of the synergies you can achieve, there's definitely a lot of things to do. Let's see what's here. I'm not gonna be fighting this same boss again, because I just killed it earlier. I'm just gonna do this. And by the way, was this unique item wife bound? Alright, let's unbind it before I lose it. It's too risky. Oh, you were from Wosen. You were from Wosen. Well, unlike Wosen, this one is not a launched game. Unlike Wolcen, this has just started its early access, whereas when I was playing Wolcen a few months ago, it was weeks before the game launched in the beta, and then it was post-launch. So this one might not have endgame right now. So if you wanna be doing endgame, it's gonna be a bad time for you in this game. If you're expecting it to have the endgame, they removed it. They removed the endgame because they're working on a new, better system, which will be making its way within a few months, maybe 2-3 months from now. We might be able to see that new endgame system finished, and then we can test it and give them feedback, what we like, what we don't like. But this is still in the early access phase, in the beginning of the early access phase, so think of it maybe 4 or 5 months of early access before the game launches at the end of the year. And during this time they're gonna be bit by bit giving us different content, different things to try. They removed Act 3 to rework it, to polish it, to make it better. They removed one system that rewarded the players for killing champions with something called fame. And this fame you could use to get fame levels, and with fame levels you could get different rewards for each fame level. The same way battle passes work, but instead of paying for it, it was free. There wasn't a premium and a non-premium version of it. Just a way of getting extra rewards by killing champions. So those things are not in the game now. They have been removed. 1 or 2 months from now, they're gonna add Act 3, and with that they're gonna bring back the contracts, which is supposed to be an Act 3 thing. Although the contracts work anywhere you kill an elite, you're gonna get fame, and you choose which contract you wanna be doing based on the rewards the contract gives. Some contracts would give you consumables, others would give you crafting materials, and then there might be others that would be better for for things like resources like gold and so on. But this game still has a nice build variety, unlike Wolcen when it launched, and comparing the hardest content. In fact, this game has always been in such a state that if you have the best gear, you don't even need to be making a fully synergized build. Yeah, it would help to make things faster and easier, but even if you're playing the complete trashiest build of them all, the most unsynergized build, things being all over the place when it comes to items and gears, if you have the best gear, you're still gonna be able to complete the hardest content. Not as easy as someone else, but you're still gonna be able to do it. Which I've always loved. So the game allows you to play it the way you want to, rather than being a slave to the meta and having to use the 1 or 2 viable builds only if you want to do the hardest content. This is something that has been true since the alpha. Since the alpha, I could play the shittiest build ever imaginable, and if I had the best items, I would still be able to kind of do okay. I mean, I'm not gonna be doing well, but still okay. And that's something that you can't get in games that have shitloads of depth. This game does have a lot of depth, not shitloads, but still a lot of depth, which means you still have a lot of customization you can do based on the items, the skills, the pet skills, the legendarium items, and the relic and relic skills. So you have 5 different things that give you abilities like skills, procs, and other things like that. And they're gonna be reworking the relics again slightly, fine-tuning the relics again. So expect some nerfs coming soon to certain things and buffs to other things. The developers definitely care about the game. They definitely care about what we think as players, what we want to see as players. And and they try to accommodate when it's reasonable. Kind of in a tough spot here, fighting enemies that spend a lot of the time underground, so that means a lot of downtime to the damage. And I have to dodge various different things, so you can see the game can be challenging. I'm playing on the hardest difficulty, so if I'm distracted, I die. That's how it is in this mode. Oh, there's a mini chest here. And another thing I love about this game is you can keep grinding, you can keep farming items, and you can give your pet items to sell them for you. So that means instead of spending shitloads of time in the town selling items and vendoring stuff, you can just give stuff to your pet, send it back to sell the stuff for you, and you can just keep farming wood. Which is amazing for me, as a player who loves collecting all sorts of wood. And you can even get certain builds where you're decreasing the pet traveling time. So that means selling stuff more often. And no, they're not gonna kill it like Wolcen, because I've already seen the content. Wolcen was better before it launched. This game again hasn't launched. Wolcen in the beta had more not more stuff to do, but it had more builds to explore. This game has at least 5 months before it launches. If the people are impatient, then they don't deserve to be doing early access games. If they're expecting an early access game to have content all the time, like a game that just entered early access, if they expect it to have as much content as a game that's been out for 7 years, then they just should stop doing early access games. Wolcen was a very shittily handled game because instead of giving the beta testers time to test the new stuff, they released it without any beta testing. Like, you can't release 2 acts out of 3 without testing, you can't release 16 out of 40 skills without testing, and you can't release 1/3 of your passive skill trees, the 3rd passive skill ring of a game, without giving the beta testers at least 1 or 2 weeks of testing. That's just shit. That's just shit management. And I'm being nice by calling it shit. It's actually much worse than shit management, doing something like that. So this game knows that people want content on launch. This game knows that people want bugs and server issues fixed before the game launches. And see, that's what the early access helped them. The early access helped them achieve in the first 2 days of early access what Wolcen achieved in the first week of post-launch. So, thanks to the huge amount of people fooding into an early access game, this game could stress test their servers to a way no one could stress test with bots. With bots you can't simulate what was happening to the servers. So they were prepared for a certain amount of players, but never for that many. And even if you're prepared for a certain amount of players, systems just break in ways that are not just all about the players. They kind of talked about this in the chat earlier, like 2 days ago. They talked about this to us, that one system broke in one way, another system broke in another way. One system broke after reaching a certain capacity, another system broke after reaching another capacity. So their servers, their systems had different thresholds where when they were stress testing them with bots, they just didn't receive the same results when people were logging in, real players logging in. Some things you just can't simulate, no matter how good bots you get. And again, it's stress test, it's all about this, it's all about early access being the phase where you do the stress testing, where you remove content from the game to rework it and to then return that content 1 or 2 months later, where you change systems drastically. Like they reworked the relic skills 3 times. They reworked the skill system 3 times. They reworked multiple skills many times until they were satisfied. They kept adding new skills. I mean, before each hero had like 10 skills. Maybe some heroes even had like 9 skills instead of 10. I think there were even cases where classes would have like 8 skills, if I'm not mistaken, at one point. So they kept adding stuff during the alpha and the beta, and now it's still a beta, just a beta that everyone can play if they want to and help. Some people don't realize that with this game, buying into early access, you just get the chance to help shape the game. You get the chance to say, hey, I don't like this, fix it. Hey, why don't you do this in this way because it feels wrong. You can give them feedback like this and they would at least read it. Even if they don't do what you're saying, they would at least read it and consider it as something that might be worth doing. If you don't like early access, then just fucking wait and buy the game when it's ready, if you think it's worth it when it's ready. That's my opinion about some of the people on Steam that have been posting negative reviews.
You have a new quest.
Wait. No, that's actually... never mind. Okay, we're good to go to the next stage. Let's see what I missed in the chat. And about how long it takes to clear Act 1 and 2, it probably could take you... Like, I just started this hero 6 hours ago, and I'm getting close to clearing it, so I can tell you maybe 8 hours if you know what you're doing, if you're not taking it slow. If you're taking it slow, maybe 10 hours, maybe 12, depending how slow you are. But let's say 8-10 hours is a reasonable amount of clearing Act 1 and 2. Roughly 4 hours per act or 5 hours per act is a reasonable amount of time. See, I'm getting close to the end of Act 2. Roughly by the end of Act 2 I would be level 30-31. I'm already at 24 for 6 hours. But yeah. This game definitely buffs and nerfs things. For example, an active skill with the spider that I was using the other day, when Torchlight changed from Torchlight Frontiers to Torchlight 3, there was a time when this spider, Venomous Maw, the one from Bane, was 400% weapon damage. Of course, that was super overpowered because people were just playing builds where this one was at 0 cooldown, the big spider, the Bane spider, and they nerfed it, but they realized that they nerfed it too much to 100%. Then they buffed it to 150% weapon base. And now with 150% weapon base, you can get it by investing into something like this, but on the Bane. And this gets it to 200% weapon base. And then you get certain items that give you more damage, or certain skills giving you more damage. And mine on my sharpshooter does 252% weapon damage. My Bane spider. So there is this to consider. They know that if something gets nerfed too much, it needs a buff. They like buffing stuff. See, this guy has been so weak, they buffed so many things. This one got buffed. This one was one of the weakest skills. I mean, spin to win was good, but not too good. I mean, even with the best items, it couldn't stand a comparison with other skills like this one or this one. Even with this one you couldn't compare it. Now this one is amazing. AoE spin to win build now after the buffs they made to that skill. It's just super fun build. I tested it yesterday, I just didn't have the gear to survive, but the damage was definitely real. The damage was real. It works well. So if anyone wants to see certain builds, feel free to request them. When I level up my items for those builds, I will do my best to make a build video about it. About whatever build you wanna see. Just need to know the skill that you would like to see a build with. I'm probably not gonna do the meta build immediately, because I'm not gonna have the meta items for that. But I can show you some synergies of skills that you might wanna experiment with. Some sorts of skills that you wanna rotate together. Fuck, that's not the way. I'm looking for the murky miasma, but to find the murky miasma I need to find another thing. Thank you Propovednik, for following my channel, dude. Welcome to the Surf Club. I'm assuming you might be from my country, from Bulgaria, with that name. It seems like it. Alright, let's keep looking for... What am I looking for? I'm looking for the... I forgot the name. I'm gonna need to open the big map. I'm looking for Protected Trail. Ah, no, don't die, come on, survive, there we go. I just don't feel like fighting those right now. I'd much rather focus on my quest at hand. So there's only one way where I haven't checked for this thing, for this map. But the ridiculous difficulty is fine, or at least started getting fine as soon as I got some items. And yesterday I actually farmed some items on my other forged. I leveled that one to level 20. So I can have one skill point in every skill, so I can test all the skills. And I managed to get this legendary cannon, which I'm no longer using now because I have a better one. But it works well, It's not as strong as the Rail Master was around this point in the game, but this one can definitely be much stronger than I thought it would be. And the sharpshooter still is probably the best one for single target bursting with the meta sharpshooter build with targeted strikes. But I still loved the sharpshooter summoner build I was playing a few days ago and how viable that ended up being. I also love the mage summoner build and how viable this one ended up being, even though probably a Holy Fury build with the right item where you're constantly healing while you're channeling Holy Fury would be a more meta option. Let's kill those before moving, maybe. Ah, move. Fuck, stun. Fuck, another stun. No. Another stun. They're kind of blocking my way. Did I kill them? They disappeared without dropping anything. Alright, I'm not gonna worry without a reason to worry about those bosses. I'm just gonna keep pushing with the quest. Almost 25, almost 25. Do you have any tips for Realm Master? What skills do you use and stuff like that? Can you build a trains that just shreds? First of all, I'm not a fan of the train builds. Yeah, they're nice. I just prefer playing without the train because I don't like it. But I prefer the AoE Slammer, AoE Master build. But with the train, I used to love Flamethrower Car. Flamethrower Car used to be super strong before. Shield Car also used to be amazing because, well, it provides you so much survivability. And I'm getting disconnected from the server now, apparently. You know what? I'm gonna Alt and F4 and restart my game. To make sure that it's patched to the latest version, because the patch was while I was streaming, so my game didn't patch. So let's patch it. Let's give it some time to patch. 2 seconds. Alright, it's patched now. So now I'm running the latest patch, and to those of you who want the patch notes, I'm gonna actually let's see, undo quote tab. I'm gonna give you a link to the patch notes to those of you who might wanna read them. So they nerfed some of the ridiculous enemy HP, but buffed their damage. So now those enemies would do a little bit more damage, but they're gonna be easier to kill, faster to kill. So I think I like it more that way. Being able to kill shit faster, but take more damage from that shit. Spike Drive is an amazing skill. Like, Spike Drive is perfect. Wait, which one do I play now? Alright, this one. So you can see I've leveled this one to 32, this one to 32, this one to 33, a 20 forged and a 24 forged. So I've got them all. And eventually I'm gonna have two of each for two different builds. One for ridiculous only, and another one to play easier difficulties with others who don't want to be doing ridiculous. So yeah, I'm gonna have to run again to the protected trail, just when I found it. You're going for a spinning robot. That will be your choice. Just gonna start it up now. You always love the whirlwind barb in Diablo. Well, you're not gonna get spinning robot until level 15. And you're definitely gonna need this one to heal you. This one healing you with this one healing you is gonna be strong. My suggestion is when you reach level 15, save up some skill points. So between level 9 and level 15, don't spend points. Or save respectable points, because you want this to be immediately at level 6. So if you're going for a spinning robot, Vent Vortex Bomb might be your thing, and Rapid Strike. You want 3 points in ramming robot though, so let's say you start with Rapid Fire. The first thing you get is Vent Vortex Bomb. Eventually at level 3 you probably get Rapid Strike, and then save up points to ramming robot. At level 5 get ramming robot to level 2, at level 6 get it to level 3. But the way I would do it, I would actually at level 2 get this one, save points, at level 5 get this to level 3, at level 6 get Rapid Strike, and start investing into Rapid Strike until Rapid Strike is let's say level 6, then 7. So invest into this one until level 7, then start saving points to get this one to level 3 at level 10. So at level 10 you would have 3 points, and in get that to level 3, then go back to investing into Rapid Strike. That's one way of doing it. And once this is level 3, once this is level 3, once this is level 3, this is level 1, you might go ahead and remove 1 point here and start saving points for Cyclone mode. Eventually you're gonna get Cyclone mode and get it to level 6, and then get 1 point into this, and eventually you might want to get more points into this. But even if you just keep it as 1 point, that's fine. So that hopefully helps you figure out how to do a spin to win at the start. Wait, why am I here? But yeah, make sure you save 6 points for the whirlwind. If not 6, at least save 3 points for it, at least for the energy cost, otherwise you're gonna be running out of energy or what. Every time I'm doing this zone, I get either disconnects or bugs and things like that, and I have to redo that zone and rerun. It's just something terribly annoying. Let's see if this is where I need to go. Yeah, actually that's the right way. Nice. Okay, moving on with the quest. And Lexel, thank you for the follow on Twitch, dude. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the Struck Club to you and everyone else that is here today. But the Forged is definitely a fun and nice quest to play. No worries, dude, no worries. I'm always happy to answer some questions. Sometimes I might be slow with checking my chat when I'm doing like a boss fight, or it's a tough spot where I've got like hundreds of enemies following me. But yeah, I try to provide as much info as I can. The game has changed so much since 14 months ago when I started playing this. The game changed several times some of its major core systems, which was to be expected in an alpha and a closed beta phase. Things to change. There have been nerfs. There has been lots of nerfs and buffs. It was mostly buffs though. There haven't been that many nerfs. More like reworking certain systems to work in a different way, which is not entirely a nerf, more of a different approach to using a certain thing. For example, the way they rework the endurance system on the Railmaster is not really a nerf or anything like that. It's just a complete rework of certain things that. Now, endurance is used for every skill just to trigger some sort of special effect on the Railmaster, instead of having skills that cost endurance versus skills that don't. Now everything can be used even if you don't have endurance, but when you do have endurance you get an extra effect on it when you use it, and that's a very nice way of handling it. But they're always going for those kind of weird classes that have some weird mechanics, and that requires a lot of trial and error. If something doesn't work well, rework it, change it. That's how they have been. Because all of their classes have some sort of a gimmick to them. And Dusk Mage has the balance between white and dark skills. This guy has the heat as a gimmick, where you have to dissipate it. The Railmaster with the endurance Sharpshooter with ammo, which is a more standard system like the mana on the Disc Mage. But Sharpshooter also has that gimmick where you're using adventure skills to buff the precision skills, and then you're using precision skills to do damage, and yeah, it's kind of interesting. Right, let's kill some of those. They're almost dead, I guess, so it might be worth the kills.
You are gravely wounded.
Almost died there. Kind of let them get too close. Let too many get too close. Oh, and there's more. The game keeps giving us sacrificial lambs for XP. Ah! That was close again. I'm playing a little bit more aggressively than I should on a build like this, where I still don't have as much defenses and stuff to keep me safe. Alright, I'm gonna need to sort my inventory quickly. See, that was a nice pistol. It gives me 16% damage with rapid fire. That by itself is a huge boost. Even though it's not a cannon, it still gives me damage to a cannon skill, which is a nice stat stick to have on a cannon based build. Alright, quads. Oh wow, wow. No, 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 no. Stay away, stay away, stay away. Oh, fuck. Yeah, it gets tough sometimes. Those enemies do a lot of damage, especially this stone guardian. This golem. He can one shot. And the charge bugs are annoying, because they can stun walk you if you let them. Ah, fuck. From behind. See, that's what I'm talking about, the stun walking. Thankfully it was just one of them, because the other one could have followed up, and yeah, could have been ugly. No, 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 fuck. Nether wells. Come on. Right, my pet is back. Maybe he can take some of the aggro off of me.
Leveled up.
And 26, nice. Alright. Mopping up. I'm gonna check the chat in a moment. Just let me finish clearing the nearby enemies. Ah, fuck, and another enemy got put. Okay, let's get to a safe spot quickly, and then I can check the chat and see what was written. So check this chest and warning screen. So okay, let's read now. The non-ref, how do you play Torchlight 3 non-refs? Well, the same way you play other ARPGs, just slightly different in regards to making a build. There's a few things to consider. First of all, there's your skills. So you have your skills and things like that. Then you have the second skills. So you have to kind of decide what build you want to make based on those. Then you have pet skills, which is fine. I mean, there's not that many to choose from, but they do help. I prefer using crit strike, aura, healing buff, maybe stun, and a little bit of defense, but you can go for damage if you want. Then there's the relic. You have 5 different relics. You pick one and then you have different builds. Do you want to be using the relic active skill and get the cooldown as low as possible? If yes, then you might want to consider a relic with a lower cooldown of this skill than the other ones. This one starts at 8 seconds. I've got it down to 2.4 from passives, from this one, and from items. Or do you want to be proccing things like this? Hitting a bleeding enemy has chance to do something, can do damage, and every relic has something like this. Only the frozen one has something slightly different. So the poisoned one has hitting a poison enemy has a chance to shoot missiles in all 4 directions, and the fire one has a chance to do magma burst. The shock one is amazing for single target builds for bursting. So you definitely have some interesting choices. Then you have other things. This one has blood pools. The poison relic has a chance to summon 40% chance to summon 2 spiders when you kill a poisoned enemy, which means you can buff it with investing into it. You can buff it to 90% chance to summon up to 12 spiders, up to 12 from up to 2. So you have different ways, and then on top of that you have this thing, which is the Legendarium, which contains different legendary items powers. You have 104 legendary powers that you can get. And there's more, but 104 currently added into the Legendarium, but there's more legendary items in the game. So if you find an item and you salvage that item, you get its legendary power and you can use it. I've only unlocked 22 out of 104. So there's one SWAT at level 3, one SWAT at level 20, and one SWAT at level 40. Or you can equip different things that give you different powers. So for example, if I stop using this cannon, and I've already stopped using it because mine is stronger, I can just salvage this one, and then I can put it into my Legendarium, which I will do once I get to my fort. I will do that actually when I get to my fort. So what do I want to invest into? Relic active skill damage, relic active skill damage. Do I want to get this damage to burning enemies? Yeah, I know what I'm gonna invest into. I'm probably gonna get some relic active skill damage maybe. Or let's get the damage reduction in melee combat. And combining the legendary items you're wearing with the legendary items from the Legendarium opens up a lot of fun build combos. Because there's some weird legendary powers you can get. Okay, I need one more level to wear that one item there. What the fuck? Was that a two-shot or something? That was kind of unexpected two-shot. Yeah, my defense is definitely not great. I'm taking so much less damage. So much damage right now. Oh, and that's also maybe due to the patch, making things do more damage. But I'm thinking it's just that I need much more poison and regular defense, and my items are level 6-7 items, some of them. And I'm at a part where the enemies just won't permit me to be strong with such shit gear. Alright, I'm gonna have to change certain things eventually. Like, I want more defense, so I'm gonna have to put this one. I'm gonna have to go to my fort, there's no way around it. And seems like I'm gonna be sacrificing some damage and crit damage to get more defense. But that was a fun experience, seeing those two-shot them. Yeah, a lot of damage. So yeah, welcome to everyone who has recently joined. I'm gonna quickly do some boring stuff in my base to try and make myself a little bit stronger. Let's put that receptacle here. Where were my receptacles? Alright, let's put it here. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna do this. And this gave me the power for my Legendarium. So I can replace the God's Beard Glove and put the extra repeater. This is the extra repeater. It's named after the gaming company who made the name, who made the game. So I'm gonna enchant some stuff. But before that, let me quickly check something here. Okay, let's enchant for defense. Alright, not so bad. I mean, I couldn't get defense. Maybe I can get defense here. Okay, that's not bad. Let's put those into the Tree of Work. So, is this better than mine? Seems to be. Max level. Alright, those are already max level. Nice. Well, that's it. I can't squeeze more defense. Let's move. I hope I don't end up getting 2 shots instantly. I got a little bit more defense. Hopefully that helps. And I got 20% damage reduction in melee combat from my passive. So let's test. Hit me, hit me. Come on, hit me. Oh yeah, still not that good. Fuck, how am I gonna do this level if they do that much damage to me? I know how. I'm just gonna run. I'm gonna run. I don't need to kill anything here. I need to move to the next stage. So this level is like a passage that I'm just going through. And this is the perfect thing to happen to me. Movement speed shrine. It's actually not just movement, it also boosts your basic attack speed. Let's see. Now a boss fight. I hope I can survive, Cronky boy. This boss is one of those bosses you wanna be bursting. As soon as you get there, you wanna do as much damage as possible before he starts going into the other phases. The longer you take to kill him, the harder it gets. Because you're gonna have to deal with ats, you're gonna have to deal with those poison geysers on the ground. Fuck, I got stunned. Fuck! Alright, level entrance. Round 2. Am I missing any items? No. Fuck, what hit me? I don't even see what hit me other than the boss, but the boss doesn't one-shot me, especially not when I have power, what's it called, projection. It must have been one of those exploding green balls. Yeah, those green balls. Let's get it to explode so I can do some damage. Oh, it could also be the little guys. As you saw, they were doing a lot of damage to me. Fuck, so many. Definitely the hardest I've done this boss is on this hero. On the others I didn't have much trouble, in fact on the others he would have been dead 2 times by now. Especially on the Realm Master at this stage yesterday. I probably killed him in seconds. But yeah, I don't have the survivability to be able to do what I did on my other heroes. Okay, and right now it's just him and the couple. But let's not let our guard down. He's gonna do another wave of extra adds in a moment. So many ads. There are just endless supply of ads here. Alright, got him. And a legendary Sneko stick. Not the best one. But that's gonna give me a lot of damage. And cooldown for relic active skill. I'm gonna lose my block chance. So it's gonna be an experiment to see if I can survive with that. I don't have this cover. Let me check the chat quickly. Is Torchlight 3 worth buying? Well, again, this question, the answer is so different from one person to the next person. For me, it's worth buying first because you're buying it cheaper than when it launches. So if you're gonna be playing the game when it launches, even if you don't play it now and just let it stay in your Steam library for like 5 months more, you can still save some money if you're planning on buying it at the end. If you're expecting this game to have endgame right now, it won't. The endgame got removed because they're working on a new system. They're working on something called what was it? Fazir Shah Dungeon. Fazir Shah's Dungeon, which is gonna be some sort of endgame system, which I can't tell you much about because I'm not allowed to. But it's basically gonna be replacing the old endgame system, which was you doing maps. The old endgame system was you going to the NPC to buy a map, open the map. The map would be either with extra gear work or with extra gold work, and then you do that map and it's over. And there were legendary maps that you could get from contracts or from other sources that were more like endgame activities and things like that. But contracts have been removed from this version as well to get reworked, and Act 3 has also been removed again to get reworked. So until 1 or 2 months from now, when Act 3 will get added and contracts would get added along with Act 3, you probably are not gonna have interesting kind of end game. But if you want to experiment with different classes and builds, even though they're not gonna be max level builds and max level classes, you can still experiment a lot within this game. You have 10 character slots, which would allow for a decent amount of customization. You can make 10 different builds easily. On any one class you can have at least 2 builds, but that's just the bare minimum builds a class can offer you. Of course there's many more than 2 builds per class, but let's say you go for a ranged robot like the one I'm playing, or you go for a melee one. Well, that by itself is 2 archetypes. Of course there's hybrids, and then there's builds that are different among the ranged builds. You can decide to make a shotgun build, which is an AoE one. You can make a rapid fire build, which is what I'm using, or you can make a slug shot build, which is a piercing projectile. The slug shot is a piercing projectile. It's gonna shoot less projectiles per second, but the projectile does more damage. It can pierce. So there's just examples. Then when it comes to the melee, you can do a spin to win build, or you can do a single target stunning build, or you can do an AoE fast attack build for proccing stuff. I definitely need items with more defense. I mean, I won't survive here if I don't get items with good defense. Right now it's just... I'm struggling right now with my current defenses. I can do a lot of damage, but really need defense. Alright, those left me alone. Alright. I really hope they start dropping some good gear here, because otherwise I'm gonna have to spend money on the gambler, and I don't have the money now to spend it on the gambler. The gambling is nice though. That game really does have some nice synergies between certain systems. The way they've designed those systems to work together into making a build is pretty amazing.
You have gained a level.
Keep getting stronger weapons, but not stronger defensive items. Oh, I can finally wear this one. See, that's a lot of poison defense. And faster cooldown for relic active skill. Look at this one. From 1.6 it's gonna go to 1.2 probably. Oh, 0.6. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm fine with losing that crit damage. 0.6. What do I invest into now? Wait, oh no, I didn't get the damage reduction yet. I need to invest more into this one for the damage reduction. That's probably something a melee build would get, the damage reduction in melee combat, but I think it's good for any build. You're gonna be taking melee hits, regardless whether you're range build or not. You will be taking those every now and then. Oh, now that's what I'm talking about. That's a strong cannon. See, the item stats start jumping a lot here. Poison defense. I'm losing crit damage, but I want that poison defense. It's needed. Spamming much. More defense. I might consider wearing this later. All right. Uh-huh. Oh no. Hopefully we get some good stuff to gear up now before I reach the boss, because I'm approaching the final 2 bosses of this act. I'm kind of taking it slow with those final few bosses. So with this hero you can have the strongest active relic skill build, because this is the only hero that has 2 passive skills that give you bonus damage to relic active skill damage. This gives you 20% and this gives you 20%. And the way this damage would work is, first it adds this damage here to the damage that the weapon the skill basically gives, and then on top of that this actually gets added to a base, and then that base is used for the base for this 20 plus 20%. So if I use my other character's Bane, the one where with just 20% extra damage I get 252 weapon damage on my Bane, if I use it on this one I'm probably gonna get 300 weapon damage on this class when I get those skills, those passives. Of course I don't have those passives right now. See, right now I'm not even using my cannon because I've got 0.6 seconds cooldown on this. Of course that's kinda boring, so I'm gonna use my cannon, but when it's needed we're gonna cheese it when the time is right. Okay, crystal destroyed. And you see, when I use my relic active skill, I've got an item that uses another relic active skill, and sometimes it uses this ice wall, which keeps them away from me, and this is perfect. This ice wall keeping the enemies away from me is amazing. Okay, I guess this only works if I go and touch it. I gotta touch the crystal. Wow, okay. Okay, good, good. Now I get the one where I can actually spam it without a cooldown. With this shrine there's a 0 cooldown on that skill. Okay, the shrine's almost over. So you just saw the difference between 0.0 and 0.6 cooldown. How much more spammy it is. But it's achievable. If you want a 0 cooldown build, you can do that build on every character. Build like that, where you're just spamming this relic active skill. It's out there. If you want it, you can have it. No. Coach heals. Coach heals. Oh, more poison defense and HP. Nice, nice, nice.
Your strength is returning.
Can lose crit chance, but get more poison defense and HP. Alright, I think it's time to do some of those changes. As I said, I need more defenses. The problem with the poison defense is it's not gonna help me on the boss fight at the end, because it's not poison damage. How many more levels? One more level. Wait, why do I get the damage reduction in melee combat at level 5? Is this Q only level 5 required to get that damage reduction?
Your pet has arrived.
That's strange. I'm gonna still get it to level 6 just in case, because I think it's just a bug probably. I'm not seeing damage reduction buff down there, so I don't think I should, but just to be on the safe side, I'm gonna put one more level into it. I can always respectacle it if needed. Okay. No. Well, that was kind of expected to happen sooner or later. Let's quickly equip something. I need a cannon. But yeah, if you're wondering what's happening while you're losing items, there's items called wife bound, and when you lose a wife bound item, when you die you lose all your wife bound items in your inventory and in the pet inventory, like here and here. You can unbind them with this item, Scroll of Unbinding, to make sure you don't lose them. But yeah, you gotta make choices. Do I want to use a wife bound item? And if I do I want to keep a spare one in case I die? As you see, I always keep spare ones of most of my things. When I know I'm gonna be using a wife bound, I definitely keep my old one. Sometimes I make mistakes, like earlier I made a mistake, I forgot that I had wife bound gauntlets equipped and sold or salvaged the non-wife bound ones. And they were both a decent pair with enough gear work. Right now I don't have a gear work pair of gauntlets.
You feel healthy again.
Okay. I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna pull a lot of enemies together. But I also have to be careful because there's a boss fight here, and this boss I keep bugging him. When I pull him and keep kiting him back, he ends up glitching and becoming invulnerable, and I can't kill him and I have to restart. So we're gonna avoid doing this time.
Your health is low.
I can't move. Fuck, something happened and I couldn't move and I wasn't stunned. As you can see, I can do more damage with my rapid fire, but it's safer if I use the other one when he's on me. So with my cannon I can end up killing them quicker if they are not melee enemies. Still have to not forget to bleed them so they couldn't do that extra damage with the rupture. Alright, there's the boss. I hope he didn't become invulnerable. But I think, yeah, fuck! Why? Fuck my life. Every time I do this boss, this happens and I have to restart the fucking dungeon. This happens every fucking time in this dungeon. Now I have to do it all over from the start. I've managed to clear it so I don't get one shot by those enemies, and now it just... and look at where it put me. It put me in someone else's game. This shit. And he's in hardcore. Let's get a free chest at least. He's wondering what's happening. So the only way to fix this is to exit the game and to restart it. See, there's bugs. There's a lot of bugs and glitches. And that's early access for you. But it put me in someone else's game without us being in a party, and this guy was actually a hardcore character. I wonder what would have happened if I died in his game. So So this is gonna be difficult this time around to try and kill this boss. I'm gonna try and run to the boss, but I'm gonna have such a huge train of monsters that can one-shot me or two-shot me that it's gonna be probably me dying a bunch of times there on that map. I'm not a fan of the changes they did to Ridiculous. I'd much rather have it the way it was before than what they did. It's just pure bullshit getting 1-2 shot. I'd much rather kill enemies slower. I thought it was the other way around. I can now tell you after testing this is bullshit update, bullshit change. But I'm gonna give them feedback. I'm gonna write after my stream in note that I'm not a fan of the changes, how they did them. I'd much rather be able to soak up more than a couple of hits and take longer to kill an enemy. I'm fine with taking twice as long to kill a certain enemy. Even though it's still boring to kill an enemy slow, it's better than getting 1-2 shot all the time. I don't want to play a bullet hell. I want to be able to have this 50% defense actually matter, and this 20% damage reduction in melee combat actually means something to me, even on the highest difficulty. Otherwise, what's the point of stacking damage reduction if I'm gonna get 2 shot? What's the point of getting defense if that's how much damage they're gonna do to me? Then I can just go for the most glass cannon build and to 1-2 shot everything. I'm pretty sure the people who were QQing about things taking long to kill were the speedrunners, the ones that use the meta build, and if it takes them 10 seconds to kill an enemy instead of 20 seconds, they're kind of losing their shit. But yeah, it just doesn't feel well right now. Right. No, I'm not gonna fight those. Fuck. Fuck. See, I really need a pause game option. I really need in the online mode to have an option to pause when I'm playing solo. When I open my skill bar, I want the game to pause. I don't care if it's online. It doesn't mean that there's no way to do it. If I'm playing with others, I understand. If I'm in a town where there's other people, I understand to not be able to pause it. But it's bullshit to have to wait until I've cleared everyone around me so I can level up a skill.
You have perished.
Alright, let's move.
Feel healthy again.
So now I should 100% have that 20% damage reduction. Even if it was broken and it was giving me the bonus at level 5 instead of 6, it should be giving me the bonus now for sure. Let's not bug the boss, so I'm gonna stay next to his spawn point. Ah, yeah, stay there, stay there. Alright, more spectacles, nice. See, this one's taking longer to kill than the actual map boss. But that's always been the case with some enemies. Okay, what have we here? Let me quickly fix my overlays because I wasn't seeing them. Alright, nothing new here. 262 one-handed item. Damn. This is very tempting. Okay, we got this pet go sell. Still need more defenses, and this one seems like a good one. 300 regular defense. Might as well use an unbinding scroll on it. I've got plenty of those anyways now, so I've got so many that I can afford using them on an item like that one. This one is also nice because it only has flat damage on it. But it's 29, so I'm gonna wait a bit. Let's do the next one. The next one would be the one with Ogre Bezimani and then Bezimo. Ogre Bezimo, they renamed it actually. And then after that is the big boss of the act.
Ignores my summons. I reach out, but she is difficult to locate.
I think it's this way that I need to go. Yeah, let's keep moving. Not this way. Maybe this way. Yeah, it's definitely this way if I'm seeing those here. Fuck. Come on, come on, come on. Wait, that's not the way? Fuck. Where the hell is the way then? gonna have to go through all the enemies I've been kiting. That's gonna be painful. No, no. Only 2 potions left now. I'm gonna have to go and stock up on those when I reach the next zone. No. Not this way. Well, this is always gonna be in the final place I look when I'm trying to find my way through a map. Come on, come on. Right, at least now I see it. And this is it, Sanctum of the Swarm. So after this there's one more zone and then there's the boss fight. If I'm not mistaken. I'm gonna try and see if there was a waypoint here. Most likely it was in the next zone. Twilight Depths, that's what I'm looking for now. But I'm gonna have to kill the boss here first, probably. Getting to level 30 soon. Please give me potions, give me potions. Okay, now I'm at 5 potions. That's not too bad to do the fight. Yeah, the Rex cooldown is insane. It's 0.6 seconds, so definitely insane one. It's not doing as much damage as my rapid fire would do, especially considering that every, what was it, every 10th shot is a swag shot. And now I'm going to have 1.4 seconds instead of 0.6 because I lost my Snecko stick from the equation, but the Snecko stick is gonna be the spare one, so not so bad. Just trying to get rid of some things that are shittier. Now, where do I invest my next points? That's the next question. Active skill, relic active skill damage maybe. And more relic active skill damage. See, now I'm at 1.4 second cooldown, so I'm not gonna be able to do it as before. Still good, it's still a good cooldown. I need a new cannon though, I really need a new cannon. Right now my cannon is 224, this one is 398, so obviously but you can see it's much slower if I do that, unless the Bane gets to proc, but the Bane doesn't proc every time compared to doing this. But that's gonna change if I get a good cannon.
It's trapped.
I was stacking all sorts of elements on this enemy. Getting the bleeding, getting the poison, getting all those things working in my favor. Unfortunately that's not the way, so we have to go this way. Okay. Let's kill that one. Oh, fucking charger. I didn't even see there was one there. They're sniping from the end of the map. It's still much better than how the Goblin Hounds used to be. The Goblin Hounds could snipe you from the other end of the map without you even seeing. Like, for example, a Goblin Hound being over here and me being like over here, I think was their range before they nerfed them. Those are teleporting, so that's gonna be tough. See, now they teleported and got me stuck for a moment, and now there's more of them. And there's more.
You're badly hurt.
Did we kill all 3 groups, or are there some leftover? I think there's some leftovers there, but I'm not gonna bother chasing. Alright, this one's dying so quickly. Let's check this out. He should be here, the big boy. Fuck! I didn't see him charging. Damn, just when you thought you were safe, suddenly a boss appears out of nowhere. Now I have to figure out some items I can equip. Okay, next. HP, defense, one-handed damage. Okay, what about this one? That's gonna be probably the one I'm using for the boss fight for Sadista, because it's damage to Nethering. Okay, now I really gotta be careful, because if this item is a wife bound, I don't wanna die and lose it before I unbind it. Is it wife bound? Yes it is. Let's unbind it quickly before I die. Phew, that pet gave me the creeps. I thought it's an enemy charging. It's the same one actually. Fuck, I didn't pay attention. Well, I mean, it's not better because it's not relic active cooldown, but it's relic regular cooldown, so it's for a completely different build. It's for a build where I'm relying on getting this as fast as I can. And I'm gonna do one more thing. I'm gonna unbind. No, let's not waste it on this one. I've got 5 or 6 more in my storage, in my warehouse, scrolls of unbinding. So I can always go to the fort and grab them, but I'd rather save and maybe waste it on a cannon with 400 plus damage. Then it's gonna be maybe worth the scroll at this point. So now I'm just gonna try and reach Sadista, kill her. And then tomorrow I'm not sure which hero I'm gonna be playing, but I've got them all to around this point. Like level 31, 2, 3. I could be playing multiple heroes tomorrow and just switching in between. Because it gets boring playing the same hero for too long, which is why this game has so many options in regards to different builds, even on the same hero. Gotta make sure I'm bleeding them when I'm shooting so I can proc the ruptures for extra damage. I can't shoot down there. Zero cooldown spam, there we go. Let's abuse that shrine until it's here. Yeah, the 0 cooldown compared to the 0.6 cooldown is still a noticeable difference on how good it is. I leveled up. See, it's giving me this bonus at 5 points spent rather than 6. That might be a bug, but it seems after the patch it gave me this bonus at 5 and this bonus at 5. Maybe they reworked it to give those bonuses at 5 points spent. And if it was reworked in such a way, that's amazing. That means I don't need to invest in certain skills as much as they do. They probably haven't changed the text yet, but reworked it to work to need only 5 points for the tier 2 bonus. I would much have to only spend 5 points for tier 2. Definitely it would be a good change if they do it that way. That's gonna be a huge boost for any build. Right, we got the teleport, now let's go grab Sadista. One. Oh, 1000 damage, I like that, I like that. Can compare with the 19,000 damage I did on my Realm Master with mediocre items at level 31, but it's the AoE Master, he's the king of AoE. He's got so many things that can give him extra damage. Where are we? Oh yeah. Almost there, I think. Hopefully I'm in the right track. We might end up getting level 32 before Sadista if I keep killing those popcorn enemies. Seven potions, would that be enough for the fight? Probably. It depends on how much damage she's gonna do. If she one-shots me, then we're gonna have a bad time. But now, with the changes to damage, she might as well be one-shotting. That's the wrong way. On the sharpshooter with the summoner build, it was pretty nice, decent damage reduction. I could afford getting hit once or twice. With the Realm Master, once I had the damage reduction buff, I could also afford getting hit. But that was before the patch, so time will tell now how much stronger she will be. Alright, almost got him, almost. Please give me some good wife bound stuff, come on. I know you want to, I know you want to. One-hander. Not bad for a one-hander to get that much damage. Okay, there we go. So this the time. Oh, I can now skip this. Nice. They added an option to skip this one. Ah, fuck, I knew he was gonna one-shot me and I should be safer. Okay. Kind of expected this one-shot to happen. That's not fun. One-shots are definitely not a fun mechanic. I'd like to at least be able to take one shot and then move out of the way to avoid the second. And they changed some of her skills apparently. She's using skills I did not see her using before. Like this bang bang bang, I don't remember that being a thing. Wasn't the one from Act 3 supposed to be the one that was using pistols and having bullets and stuff on her skin? hasn't even started using her other phases. Okay, next phase. I'm gonna try and keep my distance and keep her within sight.
Where do you think you're going? I'll cut you down.
Come on, move a bit closer to the middle. I wanna see you. There we go.
Where do you think you're going? Think back. Bang, bang,
Alright, phase 2 done.
Where do you think you're going?
Still don't see her well there. Fuck. Didn't they say they're thinking of options to allow us to hide the chat? Oh.
Are you ready to die?
Bit by bit, bit by bit. What? Something did a lot of damage. It might have been the nether well.
Where do you think you're going?
Once I get rid of the casters, I can focus on her again. No, it's just her now, I think.
Down. Where do you think you're going? No escape. Spin, spin, spin. No escape. Think fast.
Wow, that was such a long sadista fight. It's mainly due to the part I can't afford getting hit much. Especially with one of her attacks, that's the more one-shotty one. What's this cannon? Good. Okay, now anything worth keeping. Got a nice two-hander, good damage. Oh, I forgot to switch to this rifle for this fight. See, that's... Oh, that's health on killing a Netherim, not damage versus Netherim. Let's go kill some enemies. After turning in. But yeah, that was it for Sadista finally. So next I'm gonna kill a little bit more enemies, do a little bit more hunting, and tomorrow I'm not sure what hero I'll be playing, but at least now I have all of them leveled up to finish the story at like 30, 31, 32 and so on.
Time to rest. You saw what that void heart is.
Level up.
And now it's on its way to Mother. Who knows what she'll do with it?
So what's this? Nope.
But we're receiving reports of increased Netherim
Let's go
activity
sell.
on Echonock Mountain.
I can start doing
That
some
looks like our
gambling
best
now.
bet. General Gray has dispatched Hicks and Wolfram to escort us there. Let's speak with them at the dock.
For example, we need a weapon, right? Or do we need a cannon? Well, we can't gamble for a cannon, so... A hatch, a good hatch is what we need, again. Keep gambling for hatches. This one's not so bad. Better than that one. Damage with barrage skills and defense. That is not poison or anything. Let's try and get a good blue one again. This one's better. Yeah, I'd rather take the one with more regular defense than the one with the poison. Alright, and let's take a gauntlet, for example. Poison defense, 2 sockets. Seems like a good deal. Now I'm gonna go turn in. And next will be just a few more kills just to test some stuff.
Delighted to see you again.
You have completed a quest.
So I'm gonna equip this. Actually, I already did equip it. You're gonna go to the Highwood capital. That should be good enough for us. It should have respawned all the enemies. I don't wanna do rewalk in back. So yeah. But finally, all 4 characters, done the story on them. Took a while, but it's been done. I'm not sure if this relic active skill damage actually applies to me. Let's check. I'm gonna check if needed. I can respec. My relic active skill damage is now 39. If I put one more point, does it change? It's still 39. So I really did get the bonus at level 5. So it's either they changed something to make it only need level 5 to get relic active skill damage bonuses, or it's a bug and it gives me the bonuses at level 5. If they did change it, that's nice indeed, but they need to update the descriptions of the skills so that people know that the tier 2 bonus is at level 5. Let's try and get a beast, another beast to maybe spawn for us. Although if you're going after Nether Beast, it's much better to go in Act 1, in some of those forest zones. I normally see a lot more Nether Beasts there than in those zones here. In the middle zones of this one I also see a lot of Nether Beasts, so may not be a bad idea to do that either. Or if you're going for gambling, which is also an interesting choice, I think the Acrid Plains might be the best place, because just the density of enemies in the Acrid Plains, if you're not farming for XP but for money, for items that you can sell for money, seems like the Acrid Plains might be the place to go. And I'm wondering why this didn't get reset. It's been more than 5 minutes since I've been in this map. You can see the map is still totally uncovered. Some of the enemies do respawn, but that's in the places where I've not walked. Okay. Sanctum of the Swarm, we could go in there. There were a lot of nether in there to kill, grouped up nicely. Let's see, did they respawn? No, they didn't seem to have respawned. Even though it's been more than 5 minutes since I've been in that map. Well, we've got a few more minutes, might as well try and see whatever's left over. But the Forged, not sure if it was good to compare it right now to the other heroes, because the other heroes I didn't play after the patch. But it seems to have serious problems surviving right now, and I'm not sure whether that's just the patch or just me having bad items. But I'm getting 1-2 shot everywhere, and if my other heroes get 1-2 shot everywhere, then I guess it's fine. I guess he is just as strong or as weak as they are. But right now he feels super bad compared to the other heroes I've played. Survivability wise, not damage wise. Damage wise he's okay. He's okay knowing what gear I'm wearing. I kind of can imagine how stronger he can get when I get stronger items. Yeah, they're not respawning here. They probably changed it to not require 5 minutes of you not being in the zone. Because I'm sure I spent 5 minutes and more just on Sadista, let alone outside of this map. Let's keep moving here. And yeah, I think I've cleared this map and there's not much I can do. I'm gonna end it for now. It's 23 past midnight, so yeah, kind of about around the same time I normally keep playing until. So thanks everyone for watching. More tomorrow, not sure on which hero. Keep it cool, folks, and until next time, goodbye.